Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, comrades and friends, welcome, welcome. Thanks for being here. My name is Alan Cox. I have every confidence that today, out of all the shows I've ever done, today's will be the most recent. So thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everybody.
Mary Santora is in Midtown Manhattan.
What up?
What up? And Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
Because he's a real one. Is tonight Cake by the Lake?
Thursday, tomorrow.
Oh, I got to start putting this in my phone. What time?
8. Cake by the Lake at 8.
I'm at a show tomorrow night. I can't watch Cake by the Lake
It'll be
tomorrow
posted.
night.
It's okay.
No, I like to watch it live.
Or
I
not
don't want to
at all.
watch it. I want to watch it as it's happening, not after the fact. No, that's on me. That's not on you.
Well,
hey,
God willing, it'd be next Thursday, too. So
there you go.
you
God
have an
willing.
opportunity.
Really? He's got something to do with it?
I mean, yeah, he keeps me alive.
All right. Well, there you go. We've already covered that. If you want to join us, please do. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com is not only the best place to do that, the only place to do that. And AlanCoxShow.com, of course, you can watch there. This week's a weird week. We were gone on Friday. We were gone on Monday. Mary was out yesterday. Bill's out tomorrow. Then Mary is in here on Friday. And then we have the Polar Blast on Friday night. It's a whole thing this week, all over the place. You had a thing upstate last night. Was that what was going on?
I had a college gig in Connecticut last night.
Did it turn out to be Western Connecticut State University or whatever we thought that it was?
Eastern Connecticut State University.
Eastern Connecticut State University. What's their team?
The Warriors.
Ooh. All right.
Come out and
It
play.
was.
Come out and play. Were the kids responsive? Were they good? Were they young? Were they old souls ready to laugh?
It's the worst set I think I might have ever had. It was.
Mary, and that's saying something. Mary
So
Santora
bad. It was so
is
bad.
out there killing it. How much time did you have to do?
I am contractually required to do 50 minutes.
50 minutes.
It was.
Was it one of these rooms? You've sent us pictures in the past when you were on the road a lot, doing a lot more college gigs. You would send us photos of like a 300-seat room. Like these colleges are expecting Chris Rock to walk in, you know.
No, it was not that.
It was
This
not that, okay.
In their cafe.
Mm-hmm.
So they put a stage up in their cafe area. And then it was supposed
Fancy word
to be,
for cafeteria.
It was supposed to be last week. It was supposed to be on February 13th. It was supposed to be like a Galentine's Day celebration. But this region got hit with a ton of snow. So they were like, hey, we're going to reschedule it for next week, right? So still the Galentine's Day theme. So they had like a buffet of like desserts and chocolate fondue and like pancakes and mocktails, like sparkling grape juice.
So from
they
the
had-
jump, making women feel bad about themselves.
Sure. So they had this like buffet set up, and the event is supposed to start at 5. Okay, but I get there at 4:30ish for the sound check because I'm supposed to be there early, and then it says performance time 5, contractually obligated for 50 minutes.
Is it just you, or is there like a local comic?
It's just me.
Okay.
So I get there, and I was like, "Do you guys want to give them a couple minutes to kind of filter in?" And they're like, "Yeah, let's start at 5:15." So these people, these women, there was mostly girls. There were some guys.
Yeah, it's a Galentine's event.
They could not have cared less. It was almost like they didn't realize somebody was on a stage talking. Like
it was like they were going out of their way to not pay attention.
Yes, and it wasn't like there was 4 people there. There were 50 students there, and they were all sitting at their tables by just talking. I mean, like audibly, like trying to talk louder than I was talking.
So
with
this
a
was a
microphone.
tabled event.
Yes.
It looked like a wedding reception, maybe.
No, it was a cafe, so it was like.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I got you.
Regular tables, so. They're all sitting, they're all talking, they're all enjoying their, treats and things like that.
Was there a poster on the door? I'm just trying to set the scene here. Was there a poster on the door of any kind? Hey, Mary Santora,
Yes.
live comedy.
Huge.
Okay, so
I
they
sent
saw
you guys
that.
a picture of it. There was huge
Right.
pictures all over the student union.
They used a great photo of you.
I don't know where they found that on Facebook. One of the worst pictures I've ever seen.
So it was
But-
setting you up for victory.
Dude, so not only are the people who were there on time at 5 sitting and eating and talking loudly, then people are filtering through the rest of the time that I'm on stage. So at points, there was like a long ass line in the buffet line, again, of people talking and like, oh my God, what's that? And they're having fun and they're like yucking it up. And when I say.
Were you
there
getting
was
any
not-
reaction?
There was not a single point where I had more than 1 or 2 people looking at me. And I am not exaggerating when I say that. It was horrendous.
So
It was
you weren't
so
even
bad.
getting it didn't even rise to the level of you getting audible titters.
No.
You at this point are just fighting for eye contact.
Anything. I'm
Right.
begging people to look at me.
Right.
I'm asking them questions about everything. Is anybody from Connecticut? Has anybody heard of Connecticut? What are you guys studying?
Is anybody
What
from
happens
Connecticut?
Here.
What's the name of your team? That's how she found out.
Are you enjoying the strawberries? Like, I am dying. It was so bad. But the thing is that afterward, the girl who put it on and like the lady in charge of the student activities board, they were both like, that was amazing. Good job. It was really funny.
Well, they always do that, right?
Yeah, but it's also
I mean, they
like,
come and they want to make you feel all right. And,
whatever, dude.
Yeah.
And the girl, the
but
lady
at
who
least
put it
this time, this was a train ride from home, wasn't it?
No, I drove. It was.
Oh,
it
you
was-
drove. Okay.
It was it was a 6-hour train ride or a 3-hour drive in the car. So
Okay, but at least
I
you
drove
weren't
in the
like
car.
driving to northern North Dakota.
No.
Right.
No. It was like just under 3 hours.
If there's any silver lining, it might be that.
Yeah. So it was so bad. Like I almost cried afterward because I've just never been completely ignored on stage where it was like this is pointless. Like what are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
And so
You're just counting the
trying
minutes till you grab your check.
That's it. I'm just trying to get off this stage. I'm just trying to do my time. So I like packed my stuff up and I left, and I was in such a bad mood, dude. I
So
was
give
in
me the
such a
last
bad mood.
few. You're coming to the end of your closer. How do you leave the stage?
That's my time. Thank you guys so much.
Did you
Okay.
even do a closer, or were you just like running out the clock, just talk about whatever?
I ran out the clock for most of the time on there.
Yeah.
And then I closed on a bit about anxiety that actually they did start to pay attention to in the last 5 minutes of me being on stage, which was fine.
Should I open with that?
No, because there was.
Then you would have lost him after the first
people
5
there.
minutes.
I mean, there was only 4 people there when I started, So, it was really bad. It was very difficult. And it's not even like they were doing anything wrong. They were 19 and 20-year-old girls. I don't
That
think that they
didn't really
knew
know
what
like
was happening.
It wasn't. That's the thing with college gigs is they don't know because it's somebody new running the shows every year. There's nobody to like curate and teach the next person how to put on a stand-up show at the college.
I don't think they care, though. It's
No,
not even
they
that.
just-
they're doing it
They
for a
don't care at
credit
all.
usually.
They
Yeah.
just have student affairs money to burn through.
Yes.
And they're like, this could be a juggler, this could be a comedian, this could be
Yep,
a
I
guy
remember
with
that
an
when I
organ
was in
grinder
school.
monkey.
Yeah, but when
Well,
you
that's
do
what I
go
was
to a
like-
school where they know what they're doing,
It's great.
it's
great.
great.
So much
It's
fun.
so much fun. I remember doing a show at Worcester, and it was set up like a proper comedy show. The crowd was paying attention. They
You
were
got to have a
laughing.
comedy
Yeah.
nerd on staff, and
It was
that doesn't happen all
great.
the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really bad. And then I get in the car and I'm like so mad. And it's like again where it's not anyone's fault. They're not
No,
a
it's women's
comedy
fault.
club.
It's Galentine's Day. It's women's fault.
It's women's fault. You're
If
right.
it was
It's all women's fault.
Boy and Times Day, it would have been
Boyentine's Day.
I'm not mad at my agent. I obviously want to get booked. I'm not mad at the people who put it on. It's just like this was never going to be successful. This was not set up for success from the very beginning. There was no way. And so
and you're probably getting back too late to do any sets in the city.
No, I did pick up a set. So on my way there, I got a text from the booker of the stand, and he was like, "Hey, I have an 11 o'clock spot tonight." And I was getting back into the city around 9:30. And I was like, "Oh, for sure. I'd love to do it." And then my set went so poorly that I was like, I don't want to do anything. Like, I got back at 9:30, which means I had about a half hour to relax before I had to get back out to go to the stand. And then I got to the stand, and there was like 40, maybe 30 people.
But you probably did fine there.
I crushed there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That set so bad.
I was going to say, you needed to get your juice back.
Oh, my God. I was regretting picking it up because I'm like, I just want to go to sleep, man. I'm tired. This was a horrible trip. I've been in the car for 6.5 hours round trip to bomb for 45 minutes. Like, I just want to lay down. And then I got to the stand, and it was a small crowd, but they were amazing. They were, like, super into comedy, like, really comedy-forward people.
It's like coming back from a foreign country to the United States. You're like, oh, there's McDonald's and Burger King.
You're speaking English.
Right.
Yeah. At one point during the college gig, I said to the group of girls, because no one was listening, I literally was like, you guys, I'm a human being. Like, you have to listen to me. Like, somebody turn around. Somebody turn around and make eye contact with me. I am a person.
I thought you guys were all supposed to be sensitive and tuned into everyone's. You should have said, guys, I'm having so much anxiety up here. Every head would have whiplashed to look at you. And
if you would have started crying, they would have been like,
I wanted to, dude. It was so bad.
No, because it was a room full of chicks. They're like, screw her. Who she thinks she is?
So
Who that hoe?
There were points where, like, there was a table in the front of 3 girls that were doing their best about halfway through. They came in late. They sat down. They were trying to participate. And then there was one girl by herself who was so into it. She was like a psychology major. She was answering all my questions. And then there was a guy who I think might have had something going on where he was asking a lot of questions.
He was on the scale?
Yeah.
Touched in the head?
But it was just really bad. It was fighting for my life and counting down every second until I could get off that stage. And then, but then I did very well at the stand. It was a great time at the stand.
You came full circle.
Came full circle. But it was,
long as the check clears.
It was probably the worst set I've had in months.
Wow.
But I can't even really say that.
It's not really a set, though. It's not. It's not. Yeah, it's like
talking to people's backs.
It's not like you had a crowd that was paying attention to you and they didn't like
and
you.
I bombed.
You just
you
just had a crappy college gig.
It was so loud.
Yeah.
Like, I could not get over how loud they were talking. And then I also was like, but I don't want to reprimand them because this is like a free event that their college is putting on. So I'm not going to like be mean to them. I don't want to discourage them from coming out for future stuff, So,
hey guys, thanks for supporting comedy. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Is walk away. They're eating petty fours.
But
every once in a while, when I do a college gig, they're like, "Do you have any merch?" And I'd be like, "No,
you're out of your mind.
I'm not going to try and sell merch to poor college kids after a terrible show. Like even on the good,
for free,
even in the good ones, you'd hand out maybe like a sticker or something to try and get them to follow you on social media, but it's never anything like I'm going to try and sell at a college
$30 hoodies."
The whole time I'm there, I'm like, okay, this is my rent for March. Like, that's what I'm just telling myself over and over and over again. I'm like, you're making your rent in 1 hour. You're making your rent in 1 hour.
Actually, you owe me $2,200.
I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you anything at all ever.
She doesn't owe you her attention. She's going to turn her back to you like
I am
last
a person, Mary. I'm a person, and you owe me $2,200.
She's going to pay it forward.
And I was sitting there, and I was texting Brian afterward before I was leaving. I was just, like, sitting in my car, cold and mad. And I was like, one day, I'm not going to need $2,000 this badly. Like, one day, I'm going to be better than this. It's not now, and it's not going to be for a while. But there will come a time in my life where I can say no to these gigs.
And you know what the worst part is? That day will never come.
It has to come.
It will not come, because you can always use $2,000. That day will never come, ever. That's what keeps you sharp.
Oh.
That's what keeps you on your grind.
I mean, that was it, because I was standing up there just my self-worth just diminishing. And I'm like, all of my March bills are paid if I just make it through this. If I can just
You were melting like the hand-carved shot luge they had at Galentine's Day. Well,
what are you going to do?
Congratulations. You made your March rent in an hour.
March bills are paid, so
yeah.
whatever. Screw it.
I get a break here. I want to send a text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
What's up, y'all? Janice Torres here.
And I'm Austin Hankwitz.
We're the hosts of Mind the Business, Small Business Success Stories, a podcast presented by iHeartRadio's Ruby Studios and Intuit QuickBooks. Join us as we speak with small business owners about the tools they use to turn their ideas into success.
From finding that initial spark of entrepreneurship to organizing payments and invoices, we've got you covered. So follow and listen to Mind the Business Small Business Success Stories on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
They try to keep the fighting to a minimum, but only because the makeup sex would be awkward.
Well, I can never unsee that.
This is the Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to see our shining faces collectively. Who's helping out today? Lindy Sleek Sloop. Hey, thanks so much. Appreciate that. No Cavs basketball tonight. All-Star weekend last weekend, of course, so they're in the waning hours of that break. They will be back here at home tomorrow night to play the Orlando Magic. Who will they play?
Yeah, the Magic,
the Orlando Magic. I was looking ahead a little bit. They're playing the Bulls again, but that's
when does
in Chicago.
Basketball doesn't end until like June?
Right.
Well, the regular season ends
End of
in a
April?
few weeks, mid-April,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. It's a long time. I feel like basketball takes the longest. Maybe
It's a
'cause I
long
like
season
it
because
the
they started
least.
sooner. They used to start at the very end of October or like beginning of November, and now they start in the middle of October. And so it is a very long season.
I wish it was year-round, where the first part of the season, you're playing all of your top guys. And then one by one, when they get injured or burn out or whatever, then you loop in the second stringers. And so by the end, I don't know how that would lay out, but just over the course of the year, you're cycling through all of these amazing athletes.
But if they're not the top guys, how are they? Nobody wants
Top guys
that.
get hurt.
Yeah.
We're-
So you
we're-
want to play till guys get injured?
Yes. And then after one calendar year, they go, what team is in first place? Well, which team has the least amount of guys injured? That's how you determine who the
winners.
the championship.
It's just a marathon of health.
Yes.
And nothing else.
Everybody talks about sports as like war, right? Well, it's a victory by attrition.
Who said that?
Football, mostly attached to football, of course, but nevertheless, basketball season, as far as I'm concerned, can't be long enough. And the Cavs will host Timothy Mozgov and the Orlando Magic tomorrow night at 7 o'clock at the Romo Fijo here on the Buzzard. I will have Cavs-Knicks tickets for you a little bit later on, just before 4 o'clock. If you want to get to a Cavs game and you haven't yet, Knicks are going to be in town a week from Sunday at the Romo Fijo. I'll tell you what, things get wild when it gets even a little warm in Cleveland. Was it 52, 53 degrees today?
Yeah.
It was
beautiful.
It was getting there. It wasn't there yet, but it was getting there by the time I get in this morning. From the jump, I get out of my car, and there's a guy standing in the middle of the parking ramp, and he goes, "Hump day!" He yells it at me.
Yeah.
And I go, "Excuse me?" And he goes, "Hump day!"
You ready?
Just a guy standing there. I don't know if he works there. I don't know what he's doing. It looked like he had
He's
a broom.
announcing that it's hump day.
Right.
I don't see what you're confused about.
Well, no, I'm not confused about hump day. I was confused why 1 second after I had exited my vehicle, the guy goes, "Hump day!" And I go, "Yeah." And, I'm slowly backing away from him and making small talk. And then I go outside. I'm walking down Euclid. I've got a little bit of business to do before I go get some food. And I pass a guy on the sidewalk right here on Euclid. Pass a guy. Neither of us break stride. As he passes me, he just nods and says, "Mr. Cox."
Aw.
Nice.
There was that.
I always
And then-
love highs like that. I always love when somebody just like, "Hey, Bill," or just like real like a Mr. Cox or a Mr. Squire, whatever. Like acknowledging it, but not being not stopping the day.
Well, yeah, I just go, "Hey, what's up?" The old joke was, please, Mr. Cox is my father. But I can't do that because, my dad's dead.
You can still do it.
I know how that feels.
Yeah. Anyway, so then I cross the street, and there's a woman out in front of Heinen's, and she's yelling at everybody walking by. She's like plaintively wailing at people. Can somebody help me out with some money? You got any money? Can somebody help me out with money? She's right there at that corner. She's on the near east side at 9th and Euclid, out in front of Heinen's. Could somebody help me with money? And I'm going to give her some money. As I get closer to her, wow, is this woman in bad shape. Bad shape. I thought she was just kind of a panhandler who'd seen better days. This woman is clearly a burn victim.
Ooh.
So I don't know if she had a wig on or what. Couldn't tell what age she was, but her face is all jacked up. Left hand, no fingers. Right hand, couple of digits, maybe a thumb. Hand her the money. She goes, you got a cigarette too? I'm like, baby, you should stay as far away from cigarettes. That's how difficult smoking is to quit. This woman probably fell asleep next to a lit cigarette. I'm speculating here, but I mean, this woman was in bad, and I'd never seen her before. Usually you get your normal cast of characters down here on Euclid. You know, you recognize the people who panhandle. I'd never seen this woman before. So maybe she's staking out some new territory. Maybe visually she thought she had a really compelling story to tell.
How much do you give? How much did you give?
I gave her $10.
Jesus.
Well, it's what I had in my pocket. I don't normally have cash on me, so I reached in. I had a $10 bill, so I gave it to her. That's not going to improve her life. I mean, that would almost get her a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
And so this dude who's like crossing the same time I am starts laughing because I was like, you don't need cigarettes. And he's looking at me and he's like, you don't have a cigarette? Like playing around because I just gave her money and she immediately asked me for, there was no thanks or anything. Fine, whatever. But she's like, you got a cigarette?
See,
like, you should, sweetheart, stay away from cigarettes.
Give her a Zyn.
I gave up giving homeless people money long ago. I've been
'Cause of gambling?
staunchly on that because I've met people who are fakes and scams who have told me in my personal life that they were just working the highways for drug money.
Understood.
So I do not give
I'm just
money
saying
anymore.
this particular
But
woman,
what
if
I
you
did
had
say-
seen her, you would have been like, oh my God, like you would have puckered
Yeah, I'm
in
sure.
the shorts looking at this woman. And I didn't even notice it until I got right up on top of her. And then she asked me to get off of her. So it was a little embarrassing.
I'm more than willing to give food, though. Like, I've done that, I would say, at least twice a week since I've been here, where if I have leftovers and I see a homeless person or they're begging for something, I'll give them the rest of my food. I feel more comfortable with that because I'm like yesterday, even yesterday.
Would you purchase food knowing you're going to leave a restaurant and that person's outside? So let's say you don't have leftovers. Would you say, hey, can you like make me a turkey club or something?
Buy them a whole nother meal?
Yeah.
Honestly, probably not.
Like I don't want, even if I don't finish all my food, I'm not walking out with leftovers. A, I don't want to carry it. B, I know I will not eat it.
Well,
a lot of times I'll do it to like not make the place feel bad. Like I don't want them thinking that I thought their food sucked. But I'm like, I'm not taking this because I'm gonna put it in my fridge for 48 hours and then I'm gonna throw it out. Why go through that charade?
Well, being here, too, though, I know I'm going to pass a homeless person. I mean,
like every
it is
10
inevitable.
feet.
You're going to pass a homeless person.
Right.
So taking the food with you, like yesterday, I came down. I was in Midtown doing this thing at Sirius yesterday morning. I had to be up at 7:30 yesterday morning, by the way. So that made the whole college gig even worse. Anyway, I got breakfast. I took my leftovers, which was just like some potatoes and a half of a breakfast sandwich. And homeless guy's standing there. He's got a sign. And I said, hey, man, you want some food? I always ask, too, because sometimes they're like, no, I want your money. I don't know if you've ever had someone get picky with you.
Sure.
Where you'll, like, offer them something. One time I was walking and I had a salad. And I asked this guy, I was like, are you hungry? I'll give you this food. He goes, what is it? I was like, I cannot believe that you live on the street. What do you mean?
Yeah, but they're
Like,
not new homeless people. So I think the longer you're out there, you know, if you were brand new, and again, I don't know what that looks like. I don't, you know, if you're brand new to the game, you'd probably take anything coming your way. After a while, when you go pro, you're like, I'm going to be a little bit picky. I'm going to look over my options.
Well, the guy yesterday, this is normally the response I get. I asked him, I was like, do you want this food? And he was like, yeah, sister, I gotta eat. And so usually they're very, gracious and whatever you can give me. But there are some times where I'm not going to give you money, but I'll offer you what I have. And they'll be like, nah, I don't want a salad. I'm like, okay. I guess you better eat nothing.
Not even
than
homeless
lettuce.
people want salads.
Come on.
So I feel like an a-hole eating a salad. Alan, I lived in Austin for a couple of years, and there was a homeless guy. Well, you want to talk about a city with a homeless problem, Austin. There was a homeless guy who was also all burned up, like 90% of his body, missing fingers on one hand. I went to the store. I bought him a gallon of water and a rotisserie chicken, but I forgot napkins, and I regret it to this day, all burned up and now greasy. Think about that, right? Because when you're burned like that, your skin is very tight. It's very slick, right? And so your ridges are gone in your fingers. And so imagine that. What a Sophie's choice. You've got the chicken, but no napkins. And this guy's just trying.
Yeah, I don't think he cared.
They don't care.
Yeah.
You just wipe it on your pants.
Just trying to be nice.
I did that last week, though. Or a couple weeks ago, whenever I was sick, I gave someone soup. I got 2 containers of soup to go because I was like, oh, I'm going to eat both of these.
Did they ask you what kind?
No, they did not.
Oh.
But there was a homeless person, and I gave him one of my containers of soup, took the one home with me. But then I was like, oh, damn, I didn't give him a spoon. But then I was like, you can
drink soup.
Yeah.
Listen, they're out there. Stansbury and I were just talking about work stress, right? This is just work stress for somebody who's out there panhandling. These people handle pans all day long and then have to go outside and beg for money. I think that's where that comes from.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
You're right.
So there's just, there's pressure at work, no matter what you do. And for some people, that's out there asking other people for money. That's all a job is. Asking for money for the stuff you're doing. Now, homeless people aren't putting on shows anymore. They at least used to give you. They used to give you a little soft shoe.
Yeah.
The people on the trains playing guitars and walking around with a hat afterward and trying to sell candy bars or just screaming obscenities. It's wild.
Mm-hmm. So work stress, Bill.
Yeah, you were talking with Stansbury about that and how Gen Z supposedly has the most work stress of any generation coming into the workplace because of multiple factors of reasons. You guys talked a lot about technology being a stressful part of it.
That's what they say.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
Well, because you're more accessible and things like that. I think the most stressful part of it is the fact that Gen Z and even millennials would get these introductory level jobs and then still not be able to afford the things that their parents were able to afford. And even Gen X to a degree.
I gotta say,
but
did you ever compare your station in life to your parents?
No, but I know.
I never knew how much money my dad made.
No, but if you just look at what they were making, just if you look at it just from an average point of view, how far that money would go compared to how far it goes now.
Every kid knows if their parents are wealthy. Or
right.
not.
Like if
wealthy is different. Wealthy is different.
I didn't know how much my parents made. I just knew it wasn't enough.
Right.
Like I knew we did not have enough money.
You know your state in life. Like if you live in a big house and all your friends, ride public transportation and they go to a smaller house, oh, we have more money.
Well, yeah, but that's
them.
no sixth sense if you live in a massive house. What I'm saying is people who go, well, we weren't poor, but we never wanted for anything, right? That's a very vague kind of, I guarantee you I make more money than my dad ever did. But we were solidly middle class.
But does the money go as far? Because
I don't know. I think it's
that's the thing. Like
I think it's relative.
In the 80s, if you made $80,000 a year,
that was solid upper middle class.
That's like
$300,000
now. Yeah, it's like $300,000 now. And
because wages haven't gone up.
And there's so many people that are coming in doing those jobs and they're getting paid what they were getting paid in the 80s. I mean, Mary and I know this for stand-up.
$80,000 in 1985 is $233,000.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right.
I remember my teacher.
Charlie Sheen was buying a brand new pasta maker and making out with Daryl Hannah in a penthouse on $80,000 back in the 80s.
I remember in middle school, our teacher was like, he wasn't really preaching to us, but he was talking about like the value of $1 and stuff like that. He was like, I make $50,000 and I have like 2 degrees. He's like, I'm like one of the most qualified teachers in this school, blah, blah. And we were like, back then I was like, $50,000 with 2 degrees. Like, that's not that much money. He's like, oh, I make a great living. $50,000 living in Ohio and blah, blah, blah. So
yeah, being a teacher.
Back then, yes, for a teacher, that's really good. But $50,000 now.
That ain't crap.
Wait, so Bill, your point is what?
My point is that the amount of stress that you have with, whatever technology that is coming in is compounded by the fact that the wages haven't increased and the benefits haven't increased it's not comparable to what an entry-level job was
and that's why
in the 80s or 90s or 70s or whatever.
That's why people are saying, I'm not taking a work call after 5 o'clock, right?
So that's my whole point. So when the boomers are like, oh, these kids don't want to work anymore. It's like they'd be more incentivized to work if they were getting a fairer wage, if they were getting a better shake at things, but it's just not that way.
Well, and there are some companies that realize that and do that. And they're like, yeah, our retention rates are really good. Now they're kind of in more specialized areas. But, that's why fast food places are like, how about $15 an hour? And that's no small amount of consternation for some people. They're like, it's that old, is there such a thing as unskilled labor argument?
Yeah.
I say no. I don't think there's any such thing as unskilled labor, but I understand what people mean when they say that.
I remember when I was recruiting, I would be recruiting for a job, and I would tell.
Is this on Grindr?
No.
That's what he calls it.
When I was working as a recruiter, I would tell them, how much the job paid, and the dude was like, oh, no. He was like, I make more than that on unemployment. He was like, until you guys can match or exceed what I'm making on unemployment, he was like, I'm just going to wait.
So you guys are paying nothing because most people aren't getting rich on unemployment.
You're not getting rich, but you'll live.
You'll live, but I mean,
why would you want to go and have the frustration and stress
no,
of
I understand.
a job
I understand,
when you can
but
just have a job?
I was like, I kind of feel him, though, but, I was like, well, damn. I just never heard. I'm not someone who wants to be poor. I can't pay my debts because I don't make enough money to pay all my debts. If I was a person of means, I would love I'd be debt-free, have the best of everything if I could afford it. And that's just, not the case. Some people are okay with being in debt, having poor credit, or, not having life insurance or whatever.
I don't know if it's you're okay with it so much that you understand this is just how I live.
No, I'm saying if you're a person of means, until you make certain amount of money, some people are just like, oh, well, I just.
Yeah, but that's why people read these articles where they're like, they make $200,000 a year and they live check to check. Because when people start making more money,
they spend more.
They spend more. The trick is to kind of keep that the same.
Yeah.
Somebody texted and said, Bill's crazy. Our parents couldn't afford a goddamn thing until they worked for a long, long time. Again, that's
anecdotal evidence.
It's also contingent on what line of work they were in.
You're talking about your parents. I'm talking about what average income
generationally.
Versus average price of a home or a car.
Things like that. I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm not saying, Terry, your parents made more money than you.
You weren't talking about this person who just texted me?
I wish people weren't so stupid.
No, yeah, those are facts. The price of everything has gone up, but wages have not gone up, and they're not offering any more incentives. They're not offering better insurance. They're not offering more PTO. They're not offering pretty much anything. It's here's the pay. Take it or leave it. If not, we'll find someone to work temporarily.
Well, that's why those glowing jobs reports can be very misleading because they're like, oh, yeah, there's jobs to be had.
Mm-hmm.
You'll end up doing 2 or 3 of them to, try to keep things together. But Alan, I grew up with my dad being disabled and getting less than $500 a month for a family of 4. Yeah, listen, that sucks too, man. But I always think of people who are in the front of their lives, or the beginning of what is their earning potential, right?
Those are 20s, 30s.
Well, yeah,
40s?
Those are the people that I don't understand where they go, we're going to have a bunch of kids. It's like, well, that's not.
But that used to be the way people do it. And also, why did this guy with a disabled dad, why didn't your dad just pull himself up by his wheelchair straps?
Because he worked for a wheelchair strap manufacturer, Bill. That's how he got hurt, ironically.
Very.
Also, I mean, it's such a nuanced argument though, because people maybe aren't having kids because they want to. We've talked about it before, where sex is free, so people are getting pregnant young in these small towns.
But condoms are cheap.
Sure, or
Damn near
they're
free.
And nothing will suck the money out of your life more than kids.
Actually, but that's
it's just a fact.
That's not true though.
It's a full-on truth.
But
you don't have children.
I have friends that have kids, and there's a lot
And
of
they will
incentives
tell
to
you
have children.
nothing will suck the money out of your life more than raising children.
People that have gotten. I know people that have gotten. They're better. They have more money now that they have children. That's
How
why
did
they
that
keep having-
happen?
Because
if
they
they're
get
collecting
government
child support and government assistance.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about people who are on the teat. I'm talking about people who are working and complaining they can't pay their bills, which is a legitimate complaint.
Yes,
but then don't throw an anchor into the water and tie it around your neck. You know, it's such a capricious decision that people have to have children, and I will never understand it. I was somebody who was never going to have kids. That was just because I had no interest in having children.
Here you are.
And here I am.
Kids.
I love my kids more than anything, and thank God I can keep everybody afloat. Thank God.
But most people can't.
I understand that. That's why I'm saying, and those are the people who have to go, let's be rational about this, right?
Or you just accept that being in debt and living paycheck to paycheck and having an extra $25 or $30 is being wealthy.
Yeah.
When you're like,
That's
I
fine,
can
too.
afford to get my nails done this month.
That's
Like,
totally fine. I'm
insane.
not talking about that kind of stuff. I'm talking about the people who are somehow confused that they never have any money, and it's like,
Well, we were considered working lower middle class. My mom made just enough to get by. I honestly don't know how she did it because she owned her home. She raised 2 boys on her own. Yes, she got child support, but it was like far less than what my dad should have been paying at the time. And she went to work, and we never really wanted for anything. We were considered the rich kids amongst all our friends because we had cable, we had all the great snacks and everything, and we each had our own room. We didn't have to share anything. So we made enough to get by, but we weren't rich.
you were rich in love. Although not rich in dogs, because that got stolen.
We were rich in cats.
We had 3 dogs.
And one got stolen.
But we got another one in her place. That we took.
I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win tickets to the Cleveland Auto Show. The wait for automotive excitement is over. The Cleveland Auto Show returns to the IX Center February 23rd through March 3rd. With more than 500 vehicles on the show floor, there's no easier way to compare features, technology, and comfort. Parking at the Cleveland Auto Show is always free, courtesy of your franchise new motor vehicle dealers. Register to win and get more info at WMMS.com.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Floor Coverings International.
Guardians manager Stephen Vogt isn't ready to name a starting pitcher for Saturday's Cactus League opener yet, choosing to wait through this week's live BP sessions. Multiple sources report Cavs guard Donovan Mitchell is still not expected to sign a contract extension this offseason. He'll test free agency in 2025. And Apple launched their first sports app today. Apple Sports shows real-time scores, stats, and betting odds on the company's devices. I'm Scott Davidson.
Floor Coverings International earns star ratings for everything from their mobile showroom, local ownership and operation, to customer satisfaction. So go with the stars of flooring. Visit FCIFloors.com today.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Facing a plumbing or drain issue without immediate assistance can be a nightmare. Hey, it's Charlie for Mr. Rooter. When you're in a bind, waiting 2 or 3 days simply isn't an option. That's why I trust Mr. Rooter. They've been the go-to experts for unclogging drains and fixing plumbing emergencies 7 days a week for over 30 years. They prioritize your problem and aim to arrive within just a few hours, not days. Plus, with their fully stocked trucks, they're ready to tackle the issue on the spot. Call Mr. Rooter today at 855-MISTERS or visit MrRooter.com/Cleveland.
The free iHeart Radio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like The Brew, newer classic rock, Just search The Brew and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
Close to 20 million Americans struggle with alcoholism. Our neighbors in Ohio are no exception. If you or a loved one is struggling with alcoholism, there is hope. Aware Recovery Care, a uniquely effective, Yale-inspired in-home addiction treatment program, is now serving Ohio. If you or someone you love is struggling with alcoholism right now, visit awarerecoverycare.com. That's awarerecoverycare.com. We're ready to help where and when you need us most.
In this week's Marketers Report, Raja Manar, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer of MasterCard, talks about measurement.
Measuring Sonic and Sonic branding, the principles of measurement are the same, but the parameters that you measure are different. We measured, and what we find is our investment is paying for itself in oodles.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Okay, true stories from Huntington customers with Bobby.
So, tell us what happened, Bobby.
When my wife passed away, she did all the finances. She took care of everything. At the time, I needed all the help in the world.
And how did your banker help?
I didn't expect all the help I got from Sierra. It was much needed, much needed.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories.
From all over the world, people turn to Cleveland Clinic for our expertise and our compassionate care. As leaders in heart, neurology, and cancer, the future of specialty care is happening right now at Cleveland Clinic. For every life-saving treatment, for every next step,
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. His first marriage didn't work out. He caught her texting another show.
Sounds like he deserved it.
It's Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'll have Cavs tickets for you later on, about an hour away. Want to get to that Knicks game on the 3rd. If you're an Avenged Sevenfold fan, I will have those tickets for you later on as well. And a Queensryche Armored Saint, want to go a little bit further back, if that's more your speed. I think they're doing the House of Blues. I will have those for you later on. Cavs return to the Romo Fijo tomorrow night. They'll host the Orlando Magic. That's a 7 o'clock tip-off here on the Buzzard. 6:30 is when the pregame will begin. So I'll roll this program right into that. Michael Snyder and the whole Hee-Haw gang over there. Alan, I used to give homeless people my fast food gift cards that I'd get for Christmas and birthdays because I'd put them in my wallet and forget them. I give one guy on an off-ramp, 6 of them all unused. Imagine that. You fan out your fast food gift cards. You know, Poundcake was kind enough to get me a Taco Bell gift card for Christmas. That was you, wasn't it?
I think that was me.
That was you.
Yeah.
Mary was kind enough to get me a Taco Bell gift card.
Give me the credit if you would like.
For a Christmas. I still haven't used it. It's still in my car. I haven't gotten over there yet to use that gift card. And every time I look down in my cup holder, I go, I got to get over to Taco Bell one of these days. I just haven't had the opportunity to use it. But I'm looking forward to it. If I can ride it out until summer when they drop that Baja Blast gelato, maybe then. Although I did read that they're bringing back the Choco Taco.
I saw that.
Except it's not the OG. I think, who made the Choco Taco? Klondike? I don't remember who made the Choco Taco, but Taco Bell is doing some kind of version of it. And that might be good enough for me. A partnership between Taco Bell and Salt and Straw ice cream. Sounds a little small batch for my taste. Oh, yeah, Klondike was who made the Choco Taco. They discontinued that a couple of summers ago. And that's when all the people who liked a product come out of the woodwork, and the company has to be standing there going, you know, if you guys had bought this, we wouldn't be discontinuing it, dummies. Because it used to be on ice cream trucks, and, you know, they would sell Choco Tacos when we would go to, like, the, out where we live, there's a big pool. And they would sell it at the concession stand. They'd sell Choco Tacos at the Bay Village Pool concession stand. And they'd been around for half a century. And Klondike goes, we're not making these anymore. Because people aren't buying them. Well, I'm a burp. But Taco Bell is going to do. Now, yeah, I guarantee you it's going to be subpar. Guaranteed. Because it's going to be some fakakta stupid shell, and they're going to try to recreate it. But how come there's no GoFundMe for the Choco Taco, by the way? Huh?
I don't think so. They might just be like, hey, we all like the original, here it is.
No, I ain't doing that. Okay. Because their partnership is not with Klondike. It's with some other company.
I mean, it won't be identical, but they can use all the same ingredients.
Here's what jumped out at me that I don't care for. When they were talking about it, because there's people who aren't hip to the Choco Taco. They may not know what it is. The way they describe what they're going to be serving at Taco Bell is a peanut-flecked, crunchy shell with a creamy inside, which made me a little nervous because they're now referring to it as ice cream. It would be really easy to go, hey, you guys remember the Choco Taco? It's a taco shell covered in chocolate, ice cream in the middle, and fudge on top. How hard is that to do? They ain't doing that. When they become averse to calling something what it is, food-related, that makes me a little nervous. Because you figure there are all kinds of companies, ice cream companies, making these, but they didn't want to run afoul of the Klondike company. So they'd have to make their own reasonable facsimile of a Choco Taco. Anyway, who cares, right? All I'm saying is I still have Mary's kind Christmas gift in my car.
Use it.
A Taco Bell. Listen, I'll tell you what, as far as fast food goes, Taco Bell is far and away the best thing for you because you can get anything on their menu vegetarian.
Yeah, but
And I'm not even a vegetarian, but you can get anything you want. They're like, hey,
go
just
vegan even.
Just give me the vegetables and the tortilla.
I haven't been eating as much meat since I've been here because it is expensive. And I don't know that I trust the grocery store I go to. Yeah. I mean, it's like a fine grocery store, but I'm like, I've never heard of any of these brands of meat. And it makes me nervous.
Wait, meat brands or you've heard of all the cuts of meat. You've never heard of the meat
cuts,
brands.
Like the distributor. Man, that word was hard. And I get it. I'm in a different like region. But
you're looking for a Hormel or a Cargill or something like that?
Something just pretty normal. Or I need to find like a butcher shop that I'm like, okay, this is, maybe it's a little more expensive, but I know it's good
only
meat.
they had delis in New York.
They don't, which
Where
is such a bummer.
do they have?
But when you talk about vegan or vegetarian, yesterday I had, just like eggs and avocado toast for breakfast. And then I had like this hummus and vegetable wrap for lunch that I made at home. And then by dinner, I was like, I had a headache. I was tired. I didn't feel good. And I'm like, oh, I've had no protein today. Like I know you can live a vegetarian lifestyle and do it correctly, but I'm not trying to. So I feel like my body's all out of whack making substitutions and being weary of the corner store chicken.
Right. The supermercado?
Yes. It's called Seatown, actually.
Seatown. You left Cleveland to go to New York, and now you're buying Seatown meat? Or that's the store?
The store is called Seatown Market.
Yeah.
SCA?
No, the letter C.
She'd be allergic to that. She wouldn't even walk in.
Yeah. So I don't know that necessarily making vegetarian choices is healthier because your body still needs other nutrients and stuff.
Yeah. Anyway.
When you're saying at Taco Bell you can get a healthy option by just getting no meat.
Well, yeah. What other place you going to go where you just go, hey, there's people trying to kind of square that circle where they go, can I have a hamburger but with lettuce instead of a bun? Like, yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll do that. It'll slide all over the place and,
What it is, you're saving some calories and some carbs and stuff like that.
I get what they're doing, but it seems like you would do something else. It seems like that's more labor intensive than anything else.
It's not about the labor.
It's always about the labor.
It's about the flavor.
Flavor. I had somebody message me this morning that they bought a pair of the Trump sneakers.
Those are like really expensive to get.
Well, here's the thing. This is very clearly a scam.
What?
Because I know. Now, go with me here, all right? I'm going to need you to collectively suspend your disbelief.
Not his style.
A sneaker con there was in Philadelphia. And, of course, played some of the audio of Trump coming out, and he just had these god-awful looking sneaks. With the red soles, by the way, which, as I understand it, is the sole property of Christian Louboutin. They famously have those stiletto heels with the famous red sole, and that's because they have that trademarked. So that might be another lawsuit coming his way. But, they're already selling these on eBay and things, and $7,500. This person who messaged me didn't tell me how much they paid. But there were a couple of eBay listings that said that they resold for $45,000.
Oh, come on.
Now, that's what money laundering looks like, by the way, because if you read the fine print on these, they haven't been made yet. And all the sales are final. So if you go online for these resales, it's just a photo of the sneakers, right?
A mock-up.
A mock-up. Now, it's just a licensing agreement, so it's not like Trump's getting $400 a pair for the sneakers, but this is a fictional shoe at this point that they say isn't even going to ship before July. But you got to pay for it up front, and there are no refunds. So you tell me what that sounds like. Because this guy needs money. This dude needs money. And if he can't pay his judgments, of which there are many, they're going to seize his real estate assets. So this makes him severely compromised. Do you understand what I'm saying? A normal person couldn't get a low-level security clearance if they had debt problems. They check people on this, people that want to work in kind of any area of government. Do you have debt problems? That would make you compromised to foreign influence, which we already know. He's already a traitor and a fraud and all that. Now he's desperate. That's a bad combination. So I wish this person who messaged me would have told me how much they paid for it. I don't even know where they got it. And they could be lying to me. What do I know? But for a shoe that hasn't been made yet, doesn't exist, I don't know how you sell out of something that doesn't exist, but whatever.
I mean, you say that we're going to make this money as pre-orders or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, it's real sketchy.
There's something.
Sketchy.
Yeah. This is a guy, got charged with misappropriation of classified documents. Now he needs money and fast. That is not a good. That's the interest on these verdicts against him, by the way, is $87,000 a day. So the guy needs money. And somehow he's still considered qualified to run the country by a lot of people. But nevertheless, I don't know. That person who messaged me, tell me how much you spent on them, because I would be really interested in that. But again, when people are like, oh, they're reselling for $45,000, I'm like, there's no way that's true.
Yeah, where?
I'm sorry?
I'm saying, like, where? Who's
eBay or something like that? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't.
You can always leave us messages, by the way. The talkback button is there if you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app. Voicemails, you can get to us. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line is 216-986-8903.
Alan, you were talking about bass, and in my opinion, the greatest bass line of any song, Robert Tepper, No Easy Way Out, from the soundtrack to the greatest Rocky movie, Rocky IV. Good song. And Mary will hate it, of course, because they really do sense it up a little bit there, too. But awesome.
Mary hates the 80s stuff, right?
Yes.
Do you remember No Easy Way Out in Rocky IV?
Oh, yeah.
Listen to that bass. Rocky IV from Matt there. Mary hates all that keyboardy 80s crap.
So good.
Yeah, this was the big pick-me-up song from Rocky IV. No Easy Way Out. Right now, 100.7 WMMS. The Buzzard. I thought I was. These guys took a long time to get ramped up. Boy.
And they played the whole song in the movie.
I know they did. I mean, now, it sounds like a parody of a song. It's like something the South Park guys were doing. But it's a real song. Yeah,
but they had, what's crazy, they had so much success with Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah.
That in Rocky IV, they put this song and Burning Heart.
Right, from Survivor.
That they were like, we got enough time. We can put 2 pump-up songs in it.
Well, plus, this guy falling into Stallone's lap was a great thing because he did the song for Rocky IV, and then he did a song called Angel of the City and Cobra.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So this Robert Tepper guy, who was just a dude from Jersey who was writing songs, crossed paths with Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, all the bass players are chapped at me yesterday because I was talking about Primus, and I said I think that there's a fundamental equation for anybody who picks up an instrument and decides to form a band. And if you decide that you want to be a bass player, that implicit understanding is I'm not going to be in the front. And so if you want to be the man, you don't pick up the bass. I'm a drummer. I'm the other half of the rhythm section. It's me and it's the bass player. We're supposed to be in the back. And the reason that Primus never scratched me where I itch is because it's so bass forward. They can kind of get away with it because they're a trio, kind of like Rush. But even Rush is not like bass forward.
And Primus is just such an original
everything is
band,
overpowered.
Though.
What's that?
But Primus was just so different than everything else.
Oh, I know.
And I just really enjoyed it.
I think they're really good at what they do. It's just,
I just thought it was I had never heard anything like it. And I was like, this is weird.
Larry Lalonde.
I like it.
Larry Lalonde is the guitar player in Primus. And he, when he was a teenager, was in one of the first death metal bands, a band called Possessed. I've played him on 2 Hours to Midnight. He was in
What
another.
the hell is that?
It's our metal show here on The Buzzard, Bill. Saturday nights at 10.
Till when?
Oh, God, midnight?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. He was in a band called Blind
When's the
Illusion.
podcast available?
So Larry Lalonde, young guy, and then he meets up with Les Claypool, and Les Claypool, who had auditioned to replace Cliff Burton in Metallica, and he wasn't like a metal guy really, but people know each other, and they were like, he wasn't a fit for Metallica, but they were basically like, this guy's too good. He should be doing something else. So they were kind of finding a nice way to say, you're not a fit for Metallica, but clearly you've got skills and can do other things. But, one of the first things my drum teacher imparted to me when I started taking lessons with him was, it's just as important to the notes you play are just as important as the ones you don't. So in general, I'm not a fan of overplaying, and I'm not really accusing him of that. But I heard from a handful of bass players who were not pleased at my comments. All I'm saying is, when a kid picks up a guitar, he has dreams. It's why the game is called Guitar Hero, because there's no bass hero.
Nope.
So, if you want to be the man, you're either going to be a singer, you're going to be a guitar player.
So you don't appreciate the fact that Les Claypool's like, I want to be the man, but I want to do it with the bass, so I'm going to do something outside the box.
It's fine. It's fine. No, listen, I'm fully on the side of the creative.
You got to follow your music rules.
Yeah,
apparently.
he broke convention.
Yes, which I think is great.
That's fine too.
I think it's not fine.
I think, but when you ask a guy to join your band and he's a guitar player, and then every song is, you're like, what am I doing here, man? Why isn't it just two guys full on rhythm section? Why am I here? Because the solos are going to be bass.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. Give me something. Now, granted, they've made that work because they've been together a long, long time.
Sounds like you just wanted to be the front man of a drummer band, and you're just jealous that he was able to make it happen.
Don't have a jealous bone in my body.
Yeah.
I play the drums because that's what I was naturally drawn to.
Right, and then
I'm not in front.
Out front with the guitar.
Don't want to be in front.
With a faceless guitar player that nobody acknowledges while you're out there singing.
Nope.
Phil Collins style.
Nope.
With your headset microphone.
Nope. Want to be behind the drums. I wanted to be behind them. By the way, that Robert Tepper, the guy that Matt mentioned that song, where he also had a big hit is his collaboration with a guy named Benny Mardones. Remember Benny Mardones? The Into the Night guy?
Yeah.
He co-wrote this song. Benny Mardones, from Cleveland, Ohio, by the way, who died 3 or 4 years ago out in California. But his big hit was called Into the Night, and we've gone over this
a few times.
It's like the goddamn Zapruder film. Yeah, because, the first line of the song, right?
She's just 16 years old.
Benny, what are you doing? 16?
I always remember him saying 15, but in the 16, video, he's trying to crawl into her room, and it's super, super creepy. The guy had an unbelievable voice, but Robert Tepper was the guy who co-wrote Into the Night with Benny Mardones. And so it brings us full circle to Cleveland, Ohio. His family originally from Santiago, Chile. And, he passed away a few years ago. But we have a soft spot, even prior to me knowing that he had anything to do with Cleveland, Ohio. And this was one of those songs where when it was on the radio, I was a kid when this was on the radio. My mom would crank it when this was on. So this was like something where like moms listened to it, and cast their mind back to... Because when my mom was 16, she probably had old dudes trying to crawl through her window. That was a thing back then, right? She was 16 in the
different time,
mid-60s, yeah.
That was the sliding in your DMs of the time. Crawling through the window.
Your window was a DM. Mm-hmm. Yep. I've got a direct message. I'm on the other side of your glass here. So the song was inspired by a conversation between him and Robert Tepper after seeing a 16-year-old neighbor take Benny's dog for a walk. I pray that's not a euphemism. He said in real life, obviously, there's no romantic link. But boy, they recreated one in that video. It is positively goofy, but great voice on Benny Mardones. Is this too 80s for you, Mary?
I hate it.
I'm sorry? You hate it?
It's creepy.
I just like his voice.
It's ballady, sure, but it's like, this does nothing for me at all.
Yeah. He died of Parkinson's a few years ago, which is no way to go. But
I heard this at the grocery store one day, and like I was about to check out, and the guy goes, "Hey, Benny Mardones, this guy's a creep," and I was like, "I know."
Oh,
and like everybody, we're like 16 years old. Like we had this like moment where we're all like, "Why? Why 16, Betty? Why
can't
16?"
retroactively attach modern-day conventions to 40 years ago. That's what
But
Steven
why
Tyler's.
40 years
That's
ago
what Steven
were you
Tyler's
guys so
lawyer
cool
says.
about this.
Guys, 16. I mean, in Cleveland, in Ohio, that was probably the age of consent. He just wanted to take her into the night and show you his love. Take his dog for a walk. Anywho, I got a break. Ooh, I'm way late. Want to send me a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. Hey, if you dig the band Set It Off, a bit of a Cleveland connection with that band. I think they're doing the House of Blues coming up. I will have those tickets for you on the way.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeart, are you ready?
Our 20
All right, I want to go see the band Set It Off. They are playing the Deathless Tour. They're bringing Crown the Empire with them, Caskets, and Death by Romy. Oh, it'll be a pop rock extravaganza. There's a Northeast Ohio connection. Cody Carson from Set It Off. He went to Oberlin, I think. Kind of blew up on YouTube, right? Dropped out of Oberlin. Maybe you know him. Anyway, the whole thing is coming to the House of Blues around the corner here on Saturday, March the 30th, about a month and a half away. Tickets, Ticketmaster.com. This pair for you if you are caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are the days getting longer? Or does this show just make it feel that way?
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
If you hit up AlanCoxShow.com, go to the contest page, you can still vote on which one of our Polar Blast teams you think will win. We get a bunch of prizes courtesy of our friends over at Circle K. And Friday night, we're going to do it. Mary's going to be back. The 12th annual Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle. That's our annual tubing race. And by all accounts, even though it's a weird week for weather, you know, it's 52 today, it's supposed to be like 27 or something on Friday. So the weather should be very cooperative, hopefully. And you can come out and join us. It's free to come hang. We just do our race and then go to the lodge and party. Mattitude's going to be spinning. He posted a thing on his Instagram. But my team, the Coxsicles, Bill's team,
Ices.
Mary's team, Snow Babies, and Poundcake, the Astro Sliders, or Team Astro Slide. Mary and I kept our team names.
You guys always do. Boring.
Well, no, I used to have...
boring.
Well, I didn't always have Coxsicles. I had Cold Cocks one year, and I'm not going to top that. And so...
it's about topping. It's about giving everybody something new.
Oh, please.
I like new.
I know my limitations. I don't think anybody's going to hold it against me if I haven't come up with a new Polar Blast team
I got people
name.
begging me to come up to use old ones that I use, and I say no.
What are the old ones?
New one.
Wait.
Turgid protuberance.
They're begging you to use old Polar Blast names.
Yes. Zach in particular.
Maybe they need a
our
hobby.
Regular, he is always, go back to turgid protuberance, and I will never. I don't like going back to old names. I think part of the fun is coming up with something new every year.
Well, then I'll make this pledge to you. Next year, provided we do it, I'll come up with a new team name.
There you go.
I'll call my team Snow Babies.
Hey, no.
I love it.
No.
I think it's great. Big Snow Babies this year. No, you'll have to be Snow Babies too,
Team
Mary.
Snow Babies against Team Snow Babies. Here we go. Next year, Mary's team will be called
Snow Babies 2.
No, I keep my name. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It is broke.
You
the
don't get to
Comedy
take
Slider.
mine. No, you don't get to take it.
All right, well, fine. No big announcement today here on the program, but anyway, Friday night, we'll be back at Boston Mills Brandywine for the Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle, and it's always a great time, no matter what we call our teams. Poundcake shares his team with Barry White, who is, of course, the polar bear mascot out there at Boston Mills, and we will be getting around courtesy of Statement Limousine. So again, thank you very much. I found out today that our driver's last name is Ryder, which, if that's made up, that is fantastic. Well done, you. Today is the 59th anniversary. If you've noticed that I've been burning candles in here, Bill, today, and you know that I have, today's the 59th anniversary of the assassination of Poundcake, who was assassinated 59 years ago today. Major figure in Black American history.
59 years ago today, Martin Luther King Jr.
No.
Malcolm X.
Malcolm X was murdered by other Nation of Islam members. That's right. They shot him right. They shot him in the chest with a shotgun. The guys who did it, I think, have since they've gotten out of prison, and he was 39 years old. Now, the only reason I knew anything about Malcolm X, Mary was talking about her gig at Eastern Connecticut State University. Is that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
Is that my first stand-up gig that I got paid was at Malcolm X College, which was one of the city colleges of Chicago. And as you might suspect, there weren't a lot of people in the audience who looked like me. But I was getting paid with a couple of other people. I had been put on the show. And it was a learning experience. But in the process of waiting and looking around, obviously there was all kinds of information about Malcolm X. And the people I was working with, there used to be a club on the south side of Chicago called All Jokes Aside. I started doing stand-up in 1991. Why, Bill? Because I'm old. Mm-hmm. And All Jokes Aside was like the spot. The main clubs in Chicago weren't booking a lot of, like the quote-unquote mainstream clubs weren't booking a lot of black comics. They weren't booking Martin Lawrence, and they weren't booking Cedric the Entertainer and, Bernie Mac and those guys, who was a hometown guy. So this place was called All Jokes Aside. And open mic nights, I would go in there, and it was me, and there was this one white girl who was doing stand-up locally, and then about 20 black guys. So you guys know Sully McCullough? Remember Sully McCullough?
No.
Okay. So I'm doing shows with guys like Sully McCullough. George Wilborn was the house MC, if you're familiar with George Wilborn. And the conventional wisdom at the time was, because I was a novelty, if you can make a black audience laugh, you can make anybody laugh, because they're not going to give it up easily. That's what everybody would tell you. And so Malcolm X College was the first place that I got paid. Now, of course, I did terribly. I hadn't been doing it that long, but I did get paid. And that's all you care about. You guys still have your first check?
No.
You don't. You don't have your first check that you ever got from doing stand-up?
I'm so not sentimental. I don't have anything.
Well, not sentimental.
But that's, yeah.
But at that time, I didn't know that I wouldn't be doing that as a career.
Also, the first check I got, I had deposited in the bank. Did they give it back?
What's that?
Don't you I deposit it, and that's that.
Well, I didn't deposit mine.
Oh, I needed the money. You didn't deposit the money?
No. It was $75.
Yeah, there's times when I needed $75.
No, I understand. But
yeah.
it just so happened that at that time, I was like, I'm not going to deposit this check. Now, I can't tell you where that is now. It's somewhere. It's in a tub somewhere. But
you should try and cash it.
I'm sorry?
Try and cash it.
I think checks have a 90-day void on them, correct? Is that still a thing? Let alone 30-plus years. Can you imagine that? If I found it and tried to cash it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, this is from Malcolm X College, which has, since moved entirely, their location is completely different. I don't even know if it's still called Malcolm X College, because it was called something else first. And then, I don't know. But it was Malcolm X College when I was there. And so, yes, Poundcake is absolutely correct. Poundcake's, by the way, I know I'm not supposed to pull the curtain back on other people's projects, but I'm so proud of him. Poundcake's doing a new episode tonight, 8 o'clock on Instagram Live.
No,
it's
tomorrow.
Called Tomorrow night. This week has really thrown me off. Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. I'm just trying to get people excited, so I'm giving it to them a day early. He's going to be doing an entire hour tomorrow night, Cake by the Lake, the life and death of Malcolm X.
Oh, a history lesson.
Well,
it is Black History Month.
In his own inimitable fashion, yes. And he'll have special guests. He will have former members of the Nation of Islam that he's going to talk to.
Malcolm X hologram.
He's going to talk to Malcolm Shabazz. He's going to, I don't know who else he's going to have on, but that's why it will be compelling to watch. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, I like to know where people are. If you're one of our bureau chiefs from out of state, you might listen out of state and go, I'm not going to bother Alan by telling him what podunk jerkwater berg I'm listening to. I want to know. Mike listens in Rochester. Kevin's in Miami. Melissa's in Seattle. Well, let me find a jerkwater berg here. Glenmore, Ohio. Anybody know where that is? That's where Smitty is. Anyway.
Oh, that's where Smitty is.
You can leave us messages there.
Alan, Kevin in Pittsburgh here. This is why we can never move away from having change as a currency system in the United States. Because when I hear a story about a man shoving things into his penis, I need an accurate representation system. A button is not as descriptive as a dime, a nickel, or a quarter, even a $50. So God bless America. Keep the change. Hate the show.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Mary wasn't here for these yesterday where the 73-year-old guy had to go and get the button-sized batteries removed from his urethra because his thing was sticking them into his penis, which he said he had done before and had no issues. But this time, boy, did he have issues. And they had to squeeze him out. And
well, you got to keep your Neuralink charged somehow.
Is that what it is? That's a good way to look at it, really. Yeah, so to that guy's point, we should keep... Yeah, because there are... A handful of people pointed this out to me, that there are... It wasn't descriptive enough because there are different sizes of button, quote-unquote, batteries. Now, I was thinking of these short, fatter ones. There are thinner but bigger discs. Because I was looking, when I was talking about it yesterday, I was looking at the image of the guy's X-ray. And it did look like those kind of stubby, small button batteries. He wasn't jamming like wide, thin discs in
No,
there.
I imagined it was like like a shirt button. Like a dress shirt.
Yes.
Like the batteries that go in like laser pointers.
Yeah.
That's what I was picturing.
Laser pointers.
Like a cat toy. That's my point of reference.
I was going to say, well, you might be right.
Why does your cat need a toy to
shoot down planes?
No, he's being gross.
Your cat is being gross.
Bill is being gross.
Oh. You mean your cat was being gross. Was Bill implying that your cat, that it was a sex toy for your cat?
Yes.
No, it wasn't. Mary's
Yes, you
just
were.
gross.
No, that's exactly who you are.
Mary's putting words in your mouth, Bill.
That's what it seems like.
No.
She's just so pervy now doing all her FaceTime sexting that I inspired her to do.
You're so annoying. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna leave.
Is it working?
Is what working?
The FaceTime sexting?
Yeah. Yeah, it's great.
How would
We
it
did on
not
Sunday.
work?
Yeah.
I don't know.
They did it before she moved to New York.
No, we didn't.
Oh, I thought you said you did.
No.
No,
When I
she
did it
heard
the
about my
first time.
joke, and then she's like,
Stop.
hey.
You're so
Well, I
gross.
knew that's what really launched it for her, but I thought that she had done it, or they had, when she had been on the road, I thought you guys had dipped your toe in that pool before New York.
Does he have the app on his phone, Mary?
What app?
That control?
No, we don't have anything like that.
Oh,
like that
you
where
need
it
to get
controls
it.
it or whatever.
Yeah,
no, we
you
don't
need to
have
get that.
Maybe that's next.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Inspired by me and Poundcake.
Can you stop?
I'm going to sit this
Why
one
are
out,
you
Mary,
like
if it's okay with you. I don't need to have a hand in it.
No.
Yeah.
I know.
Listen, and I heard from one person after we talked about that yesterday. I said, Alan, I am a proponent or a practitioner of sounding, which we've talked to Dr. Ryan Berglund about, who, by the way, will rejoin us in a couple of weeks. Yeah. For our next installment of Is It Red? And this person was blah, blah, blah. I'm like, look, to be very, very clear, I'm not shaming anyone about what you're doing. Obviously, a guy who's gets off jamming button batteries in his urethra seems to me to have missed out on a lot of other potentially sexy
Pleasurable
things.
things, yeah.
Yes. So I'm obviously horrified, but it's your dong. You know, everybody needs to express their individuality. Everybody has to find a way to stand out. And some people are talented. Some people have a natural affinity for something. Some people are attractive. That can get you a long way if you win the genetic lottery. Some people are physical specimens of some kind. And then a lot of people don't have anything like that. They don't have anything. You know, you hear, well, everybody's good at something. No, some people aren't good at anything. But you still want to stand out. You still have to express your individuality. People who, this guy probably realizes, look, I'm not going to leave my mark in any meaningful way, but I'm here now. So let me stand out. So everybody, you hit the drop-down menu. That's how you get face tattoos. That's how people, spend tons of money on piercings or, neon green hair, whatever it is, because you got to stand out. There's nothing wrong with that. This guy, because you don't wake up one day and go, hey, that's what I like. You don't know you like it until you do it. So that first step into, I wonder if this would fit in there. That's a huge leap. That's a big old chasm. So the irony, of course, is that nonconformists all end up looking like each other. That's how people end up.
It's like a uniform, yeah.
That's how people end up ratcheting it up to where you're putting button batteries in your penis.
And that's how you stand out above the crowd, even if you got to shout out loud.
That's right.
So, mine's the only face you see. Gonna stand out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you notice me?
There you go. And this guy wanted to get noticed by some random ER nurse or doctor. Look at a guy like me. I don't have any tattoos, right? That makes me more unique than all y'all.
In a way, yeah.
Just had in a way, of course. It waited out. This guy, though, batteries in the penis. And God bless him, because he's living his best life. They got him out. Is that a guy who's
all I had to do was make an incision in his penis to do it?
Is this a guy who's 73? If he ain't learned by now, he ain't going to learn. He's going to be right as soon as that heals.
He's going to die doing what he loves, sticking things in his penis. It's going to kill him.
I guarantee one of the first questions he asked those doctors post-op, when can I start doing this again? And they go, we would really, really advise against it.
I didn't say that.
I didn't say
that. That's not what I asked.
When can I do it again?
That's right.
That is so true, though.
Of course it is.
Sir, we really recommend it. No. When will I be able to do it again?
You're under the misapprehension that I don't know this is a really bad idea. I've moved past that, and I want to know when I can engage in this wildly dangerous activity again. That's how we as a society push forward all the little points of light, including the 73-year-old guy putting button batteries in his penis. I've got a break. Want to go to a Cavs game? They're going to be playing the Knicks in a couple of weeks. Week from this Sunday at the Romo Fijo. So we'll get a couple of tickets for you and a pal. 35192. Want to text me for anything? AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Nobody wants to be picked last to join a team. Or, even worse, not even picked at all. And with the 12th annual Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle coming up, there's going to be some sad, unwanted listeners who are left out, like the scrawny, unpopular loser who got their head shoved in a toilet bowl after gym class. All this week, make sure you're listening to the Alan Cox Show for your chance to get picked to be on Poundcake's team. If you don't get picked, you're still invited to come watch the cool kids compete. February 23rd at Boston Mills Brandywine. Get discounted tubing tickets at WMMS.com.
The Alan Cox Show. Weekday afternoon starting at 2 on 100.7 WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Discover the spirit of independence and the love for the great outdoors at Holiday Valley. When the snow blankets Western New York, we shine. Located in an authentic ski town where the fun doesn't stop at night and the thrill of being the first on the chairlift awaits you each day. This winter, come get to know Holiday Valley. Find us at holidayvalley.com. Your adventure awaits.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
Kia of Bedford has got what you need. Low payments, easy financing, and lifetime engine warranty. Lease your new Kia for as low as $139 a month for 24 months. $139. Plus, qualifying purchases get a complimentary lifetime engine warranty. Go now to the Bedford Auto Mile or KiaofBedford.com. Get what you need at KOB. Payments based on 2024 Kia 4J LXS. New payment for well-qualified leases with credit. 10K miles per year. $34.95 US signing plus taxes and fees. Social security deposit required. Ends 3/4.
Okay, true stories from Huntington customers with Annie. You're a woman-owned business. You're growing. How does banking fit in?
Huntington feels like a part of our team, and when I got the news that we had gotten into our dream retailer, I said, Huntington is the reason that we can accept this contract. You allowed us to get here. It's something that Morgan and I...
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories.
Jeff Kinsbach here with the best Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, you got to tell us about the President's Day sales event.
That's right, Bill. This month, choose from hundreds of new 2023 or 24 models. Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. Growing inventories are driving the best deals we've seen in years.
And why Claiborne?
Selection, price, and putting the customer first for 50 years. Check out our reviews to see why customers choose Claiborne.
Experience the difference at the Claiborne Auto Stores.
2 for $25 is louder than ever at Applebee's. Get a full-size app and 2 entrees like new garlic steak skillet and white cheddar bacon and chicken skillet for just $25.
Limited time, price, participation, and selection may vary. Tax and gratuity excluded.
Tired of overpaying for wireless with Verizon? Now you can put T-Mobile to the test for free. T-Mobile's Network Pass lets you test drive America's largest 5G network for 3 months while you keep your current phone and carrier. Get real-time stats and see how T-Mobile's coverage stacks up against Verizon. Plus, families and small businesses can save up to 20% versus Verizon when they switch. At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose between a great network and a great price. You get both. See for yourself with our no-strings-attached 3-month free trial. Download the T-Mobile app to get started today or visit our store to learn more.
is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan is giving some stuff away.
I want to go taking a Cavs game 1 week from Sunday. That'd make it March 3rd at the Romo Fijo. The New York Knicks are going to be in town. Cavs-Knicks. Right around the corner from here. Cavs.com always has details on the upcoming games. Regular season ending mid-April, so still plenty of time to take in a game. This pair of tickets for caller number 10. Good luck. Cavs-Knicks, a week from Sunday. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
We now return to something barely worth your time. Already in progress.
The whole thing is f***ing pointless.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. All the other stuff. If you're listening on iHeartRadio, you know you're not paying one thin guilder. So thanks. By the way, congratulations to the city of Parma. And specifically an officer named Candace Straub. She's the first female SWAT team officer in the city of Parma, Ohio. She's breaking some kind of glass ceiling over there, right? Especially when they come rappelling through your skylights to, I don't know, they serve a warrant. Used to be the SWAT team would get called out when there's some really heavy-duty stuff, but, you know, now they have all these military vehicles sitting around. They got to use them. There are 114 members in the Parma City Police Force, and Officer Straub is one of only 11 women on the police force there in Parma. So if you are, let's say you have a run-in with local law enforcement there in Parma, and the officer happens to be a female, you're breathing rarefied air there. A pretty significant move, I guess. See, because their police chief in Parma is retiring, and so, you know, before these people go out, they'll kind of give accolades to people that they want, you know? And in this case, it's this female officer who is going to be the first woman to serve on Parma's tactical unit. So think about that. You don't want to mess with her. Let's say in real life you run into her, you know. Again, I don't know anything about this woman, just what was written up about her. She looks a nice, young female officer. But imagine if you meet her out into the wild, right? Plain clothes. She's off duty. I don't know if she's married. I don't know the state of anything with this woman. Let's say you met her out in the wild and you get to talking. Man, you better have a good story because she's eventually going to come back with, I'm a female SWAT tactical officer. And how are you going to answer that? I do. You got to have a good story. Especially in Parma, you know, where there's kind of a pervading feeling that there's a lot of traditional thinking in Parma, Ohio, for lack of a better word, in the sense that, you know, there's probably a reason there's only 11 female officers in the entire department. So not only is she the first female officer in Parma police history to be on SWAT, but they're part of the Southwest Enforcement Bureau, or the SEB, I assume, and she'll be the first. Again, I don't know what you have to do to become a tactical officer, but it sure sounds cool. Sounds really cool. She's only been on the force for 5 years, because when you want to be on SWAT, there's written exams, you know, there's firearm tests, there's physical fitness training. This is why law enforcement at the local and the federal level are really nervous that kids are coming out of high school, you know, prime recruiting age. People are coming out of high school and they can't read and they're not in good shape because that used to be a real grist for the mill, for the military and law enforcement and things like that. But they got a whole generation of kids who just can't read. And,
sounds like cops to me.
They're too fat to serve, so the military don't want them. So I would think that it puts a lot of areas of expertise at a disadvantage. So anyway, Parma has had a SWAT division for about 40 years. Took them 40 years to get a woman in there. I would have thought that would have happened during the administration of my buddy Dean DePiro, but it did not. It's happening under the current mayor of Parma. So congratulations to that person. Again, I don't know when SWAT is called out. It used to seem it was kind of like the last line of defense, but I've seen, video where, I don't know if this is how they roll in Parma, but it seems like they're calling out the SWAT teams at the drop of a hat. So I don't know. When we were talking about the guy putting and again, I won't belabor the point, but we were talking about the guy who was putting the button batteries into his penis. I did neglect to follow up on something that we talked about a couple of weeks ago in a similar vein, I guess, when it comes to BillSquire.com for upcoming dates.
Yeah. Cool stuff coming up.
Cool stuff. That adult diaper spa that was going to open in Atkinson, New Hampshire, has been denied their permits.
Oh, who would have thought that would have happened?
Well, this woman, though, is a psychiatrist. She's a trained medical professional. She's like, look, I'm not running a brothel here. I'm not running like a kink shop. She was trying to get people to come around to her way of thinking that this is an important part of someone's maybe mental health education. I don't know. But the town of Atkinson, New Hampshire, could not see their way to it. You've never seen such a packed zoning board meeting. People don't go to these meetings, but you get a town of old crusty white folks, and they don't want anything to do with it. Adults in diapers.
Crusty or crispy?
I'm going with crusty.
Diaper Spa has been denied a zoning permit and will not be allowed to operate the business out of her home. The spa caters to adults who wear diapers and act like children. Residents spoke out against the proposal over traffic, property values, and fears of who would be showing up at the spa.
It always comes back to property values, right? And this woman wanted to run it out of her home, her own home. She's like, hey, I'm not asking for new construction permits. I'm going to be running this out of my home. Well, we don't know who's going to be in there. What do you mean you don't know? Grown people who want to dress like babies. They're wearing diapers. You think they're packing heat in there? A different kind of heat. You think they're going to have long guns in their diapers? I can't imagine a less threatening business model than this. Is it utterly ridiculous? Indeed. But I can't imagine something less threatening than that. Well, we don't know who's going to be walking in and out. You literally do. People who are walking in and want me to put them in a diaper. Now, again, I don't know how you arrive at that part of your life either. You go, it made me feel better. Because there's always, in any situation like that, there's always a first step where yesterday you weren't an adult in a diaper. The next day, you are an adult in a diaper. And this woman just wanted to assist those people in whatever their journey is. But the town of Atkinson, New Hampshire, couldn't see to it. Yeah, folks up here don't really cotton to that kind. I can hear it. Can't you hear it in your head? Folks up here don't really cotton to that kind of activity. Pepperidge Farm remembers when there were no adults in diapers.
Well, they got the North Atlantic.
New Hampshire.
No, but they sound more like Bob Marley. Not.
Well, he's from Maine.
Yeah, but it's that Northeast accent. Of
New Hampshire borders Maine.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not doing that.
Pepperidge Farm. What? What am I doing?
You're making it sound like
20s.
You're doing like the 20s.
Right. That's when the North Atlantic dialect was at its apex. Right? You go back and watch those old movies?
Yeah.
I do say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're still talking like that.
No, they don't.
They don't?
No.
In Atkinson, New Hampshire, folks around here don't really... folks around here don't want a woman's home where adult grown man walking around in diapers. They don't talk like that?
I highly doubt it.
Wow. Maybe you're right. I just assume they all still talk like that.
It's very unlikely.
I mean, regional dialects don't change that much. Bob Marley still talks the way he does.
Yeah, but that's more of that Boston dropping your ahs kind of
that's an
that thing.
affectation
Yeah.
for that girl from Maine called us a while back, and she sounded exactly like that. That
I
nurse
don't-
from Maine who called from the hospital?
I don't believe that she did.
You don't?
No.
You think she was faking?
I mean, she may have had. I don't remember what she sounded like, honestly.
From Maine.
From
Born
Maine.
and raised.
Oh yeah.
Born and raised in Lewiston, Maine. And how's life? What do you do there in Lewiston, Maine?
Oh, I'm sitting right here, my coworker at St. Mary's Lewiston Medical Center.
Yeah, she sounds like Bob
Boston.
Marley. She doesn't sound like.
St. Lewiston Medical Center.
Sound like Iggy Azalea.
Yeah, she sounds
Toothless
exactly
Beat.
like Iggy Azalea.
Toothless Beat.
Well, anyway, whatever they sound like, their voices have collectively said, no thank you. To that woman, I don't know if it rises to the level of a lifelong dream for her, but she's a medical professional hoping to help a community. Now, these people would, I would imagine, part of their reservations is that this is not a big town. It's not like they're all going to be locals doing this, so people would be coming, theoretically, from far and wide. And in a town like Lewiston, again, not a big town, they might be okay with far, not so much with wide. And I imagine that's where their sticking point was. I haven't read the minutes of that particular zoning meeting because I don't really want to, but I did want to follow up on it because I got so many messages from people. I could show you the reams of paper, Bill, when I printed them out. Alan, what happened with the adult diaper spa in Atkinson, New Hampshire?
Why would you print it all out? Such
Because
a waste.
I'm wasting paper.
It seems like it.
Yes. I've got This Week in Jesus.
This Week in Jesus.
St. Patrick's Cathedral. Mary didn't grow up Catholic, but St. Patrick's Cathedral right there in New York City. It's a massive structure. It's a legendary church. It's beautiful to behold. It's a crown jewel of the Diocese of New York. And they are absolutely outraged over a funeral for a transgender activist. They, the Monsignor over there at this iconic St. Patrick's Cathedral, just beside themselves with rage. A woman named Cecilia Gentili, who was a trans community activist. She was an advocate for people living with HIV and AIDS. She was also an atheist, but she grew up Catholic. And they had a funeral for her at St. Patrick's Cathedral. And the Archdiocese put out a statement at how outraged they were. They called it scandalous. They had a mass of reparation to atone for the funeral and to, quote, cleanse the cathedral. Just like Jesus would have wanted. You know, St. Pat's, Alan, you might be saying to yourself, weren't they named in a child abuse lawsuit a couple of years ago? Why, yes, they were.
Oh, wait.
How dare this
they're the
transgender
ones that
funeral
are- yeah.
cast a stain on St.
Oh.
Pat's unblemished record? How dare they? They just got done hosing out the confessionals from that dumb Opie and Anthony bit 20 years ago. But they are positively
25 years ago.
Beside themselves. Was it that long ago?
It was close.
what
maybe,
was the
maybe like
big
22.
I was doing my show in Boston the day they got fired.
Maybe 2002.
I thought it was 02.
Wait,
That's
what-
when
Yeah, 02. So it's, yeah.
What did I miss? What did they do?
Oh, see me after the show.
Okay.
Yes.
They had a contest where people would go around, have sex in public, and then a couple had sex in the vestibule at St. Pat's Cathedral, and that got them in a lot of trouble
because
when
it's
they got
illegal.
fired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one thing to be doing fun, dopey radio bits, but when you're telling people to break the law, that's, not a smart move. So anyway, and then you sent me the story, Bill, about the family move to Russia. This Christian. See, I don't have one single problem with this. So this family that call themselves.
I don't have a problem with it. I just think it's hilarious.
Well, a lot of people are dunking on them because. Well, okay. So this big family, these they call themselves Orthodox Christians. They're Canadian. They're not coming from here. Mm-hmm. They're a Canadian family. 8 kids, guy and his wife.
Is it 8 kids or 8 people in the family?
I thought he said 8 children.
Okay. Well, yeah.
I'll play a clip here because they interviewed them, and they moved to Russia because America's just too woke.
Well, Canada was too woke for him.
Sorry, Canada. I keep forgetting. This is such an American thing. I keep
Yeah.
forgetting they're Canadian. Right.
Yeah, he was so worried about the indoctrination that's happening with LGBTQ plus stuff in rural Canada that he's like, I got to move my family to Russia where I'm not going to have to deal with any of that stuff.
Well, he is right.
He's right.
Yeah.
Now, there are other things you got to deal with.
Yeah, a couple other things. But listen, but life is full of compromises and choices and whatever. Yeah. And by the way, most of Canada is rural, right? I mean, it's a huge, huge country. You got Calgary, and you got Toronto, and you got Vancouver, and you got Montreal. Basically, the rest of it is rural.
And they do not have a lot of people there, like 30 million people.
Right, and mostly concentrated.
Well, Canada's not the same country it used to be, and we didn't feel safe for our children there in the future anymore. There's a lot of left-wing ideology, LGBTQ, trans, just a lot of things that we don't agree with that they teach there now, and we wanted to get away from that for our children. Also, for economic reasons, for farming, better opportunities, we felt Russia was best. Russia also has the strength to stand up against Western pressures, and
right. So this guy's not a student of history per se. I mean, Russia is basically a gas station with an army. They're not standing up to anyone economically, but he wants to move his family there. I don't see a problem with that. They've decided what they want to do, and they went.
Yeah, honestly.
They just discovered that things were not going to be as easy as they thought. And so the guy, I guess the guy's wife goes on TikTok and is like, I'm ready to go, blah, blah, blah.
Well,
we didn't think.
They froze all their accounts when they got there.
Right.
And
why?
So, because they
probably thought they were a foreign asset or something, and they are hoping to, I'm sure, make them foreign assets for Russia.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy basically posted a video on YouTube that was kind of like, hey, please don't kill us. Just some things got lost in translation. We love it here. My wife's just kidding.
No, we love it. We love not
please.
being put in a gulag. We don't want to go to
Don't
prison.
Navalny me,
Yeah.
please.
And we came here not to be Canadians in Russia. We honestly, we want to integrate and be Russians, and we still want that very much. But it became apparent today, we took this last video down that we put up. We thought we explained ourselves very clearly, and we thought that the message we were bringing over was very clear. But as I'm answering comments all day today, trying to answer comments, it became more and more clear that we're misunderstood and that the wrong messages come across, and it's not what we wanted at all. For one, we're not whiners. We don't complain, and we don't want to look that way. We're super grateful that we're here in this country, and we appreciate being here. We appreciate the Russian people.
Mm-hmm. So I don't see a problem with this. I mean, people are dunking on them, but because now they don't really have access to their money, and they were told that when they went there that the Russian people would help them kind of create their farm and their lifestyle, and it seems like they're kind of being left out in the cold, if you will. But that's
that's what happened.
Well, I mean, that's an aggressively white country. That's what they wanted. They don't want to live in a place that affords gay people basic human rights. And so they were like, let's go to Russia.
I'm okay with the people who say they want to move and they actually move. That takes guts. That takes balls.
It's the people who don't move.
I was going to say, every election season, on the right and on the left, both sides say they're moving to Canada. They never say, like, Mexico or Brazil or Venezuela or Costa Rica. They never say those countries. They always say, like, Canada or Europe. And I'm like...
And Canada's like, we don't want you.
And they never go. So the people that actually have the balls to pack up and leave their life behind... I'm not even going to say anything. So that's unfortunate. Wish the best for them. But I don't know why they didn't do their research.
Well, they might have. I mean, if they got bad information, I mean, but the thing is also, Canada's too woke for them or whatever. But they got 8 kids, which means odds are you're going to have to face that prejudice in your own home at some point. One of those kids is going to come to you and go, Mom, Dad,
I'm different.
There's plenty of big families that don't have any gay members. Like, there are huge families that I don't know. There isn't one gay family member. And so I just always find it odd where, like, there's small families that both kids are gay or, like, every other cousin is gay. That is strange to me because I have seen both sides where you can have a huge family reunion and there not be one gay cousin.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. This is an ongoing saga with this family, but a lot of people are dunking on them. I'm like, look, they're doing what they wanted to do. That Canada was too much for them.
In Poundcake's defense, I know a family where there are 7 kids, and not one of them's gay. Not the 60 or 73-year-old never married best friend and him. Go on vacations together.
But see, I'm not talking about those.
Bill, he's a lifelong bachelor,
I'm
all
not
right?
talking about the sus people.
Him and Clooney.
I'm not talking about the sus. I'm talking about, like, regular, everyday Americans. Like, family has, like, 12 kids, and each one of them gets married, has more kids. And for everyone who says that, like, being gay is, like, a gene or is passed down, then some people, I mean, there might be some proof behind that because my family... We have gay cousins. Like there's a bunch. Each family has a little bit of gay. Everyone has a gay cousin in my family.
Yeah, but you just said there are huge families that don't have gay people.
I know, so that's why I'm saying there might be some proof to it being a gene because in my family we
right,
probably got a gay gene.
Just because they're not showing it though is kind of what I'm saying is like
a lot of people still in the closet.
There's the person that I'm referencing. I'm being a little vague here to keep them because they're gay. But they're just never going to tell anybody.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Tell him, Ice-T.
God bless him, because that's the hardest part. Staying in the closet is hard.
Well, when
R. Kelly sang about it.
When you're from that different generation and you are in a very religious family.
I get it.
It's incredibly difficult to... come out that way.
Yeah, I believe it.
Fellow travelers. Mm-hmm. I got a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. For everything else, I got those Avenged Sevenfold tickets for you. They're back on the road and coming to the Romo Fijo. We'll hand those off next.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Sunshine early for your Wednesday with increasing clouds through the day. Can't rule out a late day shower. Highs in the upper 50s to near 60. Showers likely late tonight, otherwise mostly cloudy with overnight lows in the mid-40s. For your Thursday, showers. Highs in the upper 40s to near 50.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Beat the price increase at Levin. Save on Purple, Tempur-Pedic, and Beauty.
your podcasts.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Avenged Sevenfold. They are back on the road. They've been gone for a minute, but they're coming to Cleveland. They are on the Life is But a Dream North American tour. They're bringing Poppy and Sullivan King. If you're not hip to them, that's going to be a wild show. So Avenged Sevenfold, your headliner. Throw in a signed set list, courtesy of Warner Records. That's part of your package there, too. The show is Saturday night, March the 9th at the Romo Fijo. You go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com for the details. Car 10, this pair is yours for Avenged Sevenfold in a couple of weeks. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you can't beat them, join them. And if you can't join them, send a strongly worded letter asking why your application was rejected. Another helpful tip from the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got a Poundcake sports break in about 1 hour, as it is Wednesday. Oh, there's a rumble in Brighton Heights, Pennsylvania. I heard from one of our Pittsburgh bureau chiefs. Brighton Heights is a little riverfront community. It's about 10 minutes straight up the Ohio from downtown Pittsburgh. And they are being overrun with turkey. Is the plural of turkey turkeys, or is it still turkey?
I think it's turkeys.
Like Lego? Turkeys. Well, they're covering it there, and the residents of Brighton Heights are freaking out. Again, people always seem so, if you've ever had any firsthand interaction with a turkey, they can be pretty mean. But I guess until we live in a world where everyone has had an interaction with a turkey, people will still be flummoxed and terrified by the situation.
After people. A viewer sent us that video. We had to see it for ourselves. It's happening in Brighton Heights along Woods Run Avenue. Channel 11 News reporter Liz Kilmer found that turkeys are chasing people down, coming at cars, and causing some serious concerns.
Coming at cars.
Yeah.
Gross. I want nothing to do with that.
Chaos and confusion for drivers stopped surrounded by a flock of turkeys terrorizing folks here each day.
They don't move. They don't want to move forever. They either drive around them, or if you beep at them, honk at them, they come after you or your car.
Feathered menaces whose attacks aren't limited.
I mean, I know they're trying to get people to pay attention. Does it rise to the level of terror? That's what your Chiron says. Turkeys terrorize neighborhood. Terror.
If people are scared.
They call them feathered menaces. Man.
This isn't just viral marketing to let people know that Thanksgiving's on Netflix.
Eli Roth. Isn't that his movie, right?
I believe so, yeah.
He directed the Borderlands movie that's coming out. Did you ever play Borderlands, the video game?
No.
Man, Eli Roth directing it. The cast is bonkers. They got Jamie Lee Curtis and Kevin Hart and Cate Blanchett. Anyway, turkeys are terrorizing people.
Limited to cars on Woods Run Avenue in Brighton Heights. People on foot are in fear.
They come out from around cars like gangsters, and and there's 3 or 4 of them, and you don't know.
This is where it gets good too, because this is suburban Pittsburgh. Yeah, you don't know where they're coming from. They're feathered menaces, I'm telling you. You gotta listen.
Turkey thugs.
Turkey thugs. They're feathered.
Know what to think. You don't want to do no harm to them, but you don't want to get harmed.
We don't know what type of diseases they're carrying, which can be very dangerous.
Lorraine and Mark Anthony Livingston provided us with this video, captured as 3 of the birds chased Mark nearly a quarter mile to his front door.
I had to walk backwards, swing my bag, just almost fight for my life.
They tell me even the...
This is a dude with a gray ponytail, by the way, and his wife looks like Poundcake's mom. That's my favorite part of the whole story. It's just like, we don't want to be over here fighting these goddamn birds. I like her coat. I like the guy's ponytail. I like everything they're putting down here.
White bin in his hand. And they came at him just like they did me. The two came one way, one came the other way.
The couple says they've called police and the game commission, but can't get any help. So they contacted us.
What does the gaming commission have to do with this? Are they gambling on the turkeys?
I think
Well, explain it to him.
What? Yeah, tell me, because I don't know.
Like hunters, like game.
Oh.
Although you
think
could probably
something
gamble on
will be
turkeys.
done.
We have a lot of bikers on this road, and they could attack the bikers on their bikes. We have kids who are waiting for the bus, and it puts them in danger. We're abiding senior citizens. We contribute to society. It's bad enough the human beings are killing and shooting one another. And now you got wildlife running the city.
Liz Kilmer.
God damn, she's going all in. She's got something to say. It's bad enough people are running around killing each other. Now the turkeys are running the city. Now I like that. Somebody type up that treatment where the turkeys start running the city.
Turkeys with attitude.
You have to elect a turkey mayor. You have to elect a turkey city council.
Representation matters.
That's right. The turkeys are running the city. She had a thicker accent than he did. I just love those two. I want to know their whole backstory. I want to know
My guess is they lived in that house, and then today they saw a turkey, and everything else is pretty much, you can guess it.
I love it. You know, the lady here said the police is running it all. Mm-hmm. That lady says the turkeys are running the city. Mm-hmm. In Pittsburgh, turkeys are running everything.
You can walk outside butt naked. You go to Cleveland Heights, they're going to arrest you, say you raped somebody because you're butt naked. The police is running it all.
Yeah. Now imagine a world in which you have to answer to a turkey mayor.
No, turkey mayor.
That's what they're dealing with there. The turkeys, what did she say? We are law-abiding citizens.
Mm-hmm.
Senior citizens.
We're law-abiding senior citizens. We're not doing any harm. It's bad enough that people are running around shooting each other, killing each other. Now the turkeys are running.
You got the turkey thugs.
Turkeys are running the city, according to that lady. I love it. I like everything they're putting out there. Lorraine Livingston and her husband, Mark, out there. So thank you. One of our Pittsburgh bureau chiefs sent me that from Brighton Heights, which is a little community north of downtown Pittsburgh. And you can leave us messages. The After Hours line is always available to you. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, guys, Dexter and Copley here. I was watching Saturday Night Live. When the actors tell the jokes, and they manage to keep a straight face while they tell the jokes. And that's always something that fascinated me. And Bill and Mary, you, as a comedian, Alan, you did it too. How hard is it, when you tell your jokes to not laugh at them, to not, break character? Because it seems to me it's pretty hard. I know if I, tell jokes like they're telling, I'd be, laughing my ass off. And so I wonder how hard is it to tell jokes without laughing at them. And Alan, can you hit the post on Sweating Bullets by Megadeth? Take the show back.
Dex, you son of a bitch. Sweating Bullets. I'd be talking for an hour. Got a long ramp on it. How do you not laugh when you tell them? Because you've been telling them for...
Yeah, I know the jokes.
They're not fresh anymore. Yeah.
So,
you're not surprising yourself.
When you are doing stuff that's more in the moment, like crowd work or just kind of riffing things, I feel like I'm more prone to laugh at that situation. But if I'm doing something that I've written and performed a bunch of times, I'm far less likely to laugh at my joke.
Right.
Like, it's very...
Well, laughter usually comes from surprise.
Yeah.
I feel like, because you don't... It's
involuntary.
Yeah.
It's unexpected.
Yeah.
And if you know what's coming, it's harder to laugh.
And usually I'm not even laughing at what I said. I'm laughing at the crowd's reaction to what I said. Just like in that moment, you say something and their crowd goes, oh, or like, oh, and you're like, ha, 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 ha.
But there are some things that'll make you laugh every single time.
Yeah, because
really,
well, there's things like when you say something and you know how they're going to react. That can be funny. Or it's such a delight to say it, to deliver that line.
Mm-hmm.
Once you know it works.
Great. Yeah, once you know it works, and there's times like that. And then, again, when you're saying something off the cuff, your brain's working. You're saying it faster than you even realize what you're saying. So it is possible to surprise yourself by what you say.
I don't even mean in a comedy sense. Like, Brian's daughter is 8, and she, instead of saying New York, she says U-Nork. And every time she says U-Nork, I laugh out loud. And I know it's coming whenever she talks about me being here.
Yeah.
Are you still in U-Nork? And I giggle every time because it's a silly thing. Or like parts of a movie that you've seen 100 times. Where you're like, I know what's coming, and it's my favorite, and I'm going to laugh.
I was watching there at the cabin that I was at, Happy Gilmore was on, and I watched that, and I'm quoting it and then laughing at it. And my girlfriend's like, hey, you like this movie, don't you? And I'm like, I love this movie.
What gave you that idea, honey?
And can you shut up? I'm watching it.
You're talking all over this movie I've seen 4 billion times. Hello, who's this?
Hey, this
Steve.
is
I don't know
Steve.
why his name went away.
Steve, what's going on?
Hey, I was just calling. You're a big music buff. I wanted to tell you about Gao. It's a Cleveland Midwest surf rock band. They have a song called Turkey Talk, and it's got video footage with the music of these turkeys messing with the Midwesterners and knocking kids off bikes, going to people that can't get out of their cars and stuff. You know, like they're waiting at the door, waiting for them. So it's a funny video one time. It's a local band, Gao. They played a lot of venues. Check that out sometime. It's got the turkeys. You'll crack up.
Are you in that band?
I'm in that band. I've seen that band a couple of times, though, just because.
Is Turkey Talk the real crowd pleaser?
It's a good one. It's pretty funny. It's got an easy beat, but it's a nice one to nod your head to, and it's a pretty funny video. It's mostly instrumental, not really any lyrics. I think it's all instrumental, actually. But the video is pretty funny with the turkeys.
I would think a song called Turkey Talk, you'd probably want some lyrics.
Yeah, well, boy.
I'll take your word for it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. There's Steve. Should we see how Mary reacts to this piece of video?
I don't want it.
Yeah.
What is it?
Doctors in Jacksonville, Florida were baffled when a guy came in.
Now you can watch it.
And said, I can't figure out why my nose hurts.
Oh, no. I don't.
So, yeah. The way we got to do
Oh, no,
this
I think.
is okay. So wait, Mary, get it all queued up. Is it what time does it start, Alan?
I have it queued up where I want it.
I know,
don't
but
have it.
But
it won't. It didn't send on my email. It says.
Oh, I'll text.
Oh, she
it to
can't.
you.
Oh, she can't.
Yeah, I have
just
to.
throw
I
it
have
out.
to.
Oh,
we have to
I
do
see.
this a little bit different.
Okay.
I'm on a 30-second delay.
Do I need to
Yeah.
send it to
No,
anyone?
I'll
or-
text it to her.
Okay.
Because I tried to email it to her. Hold on
I
one
don't
second.
want to see it.
That's the whole point of the bit, stupid.
And I can tell you where I'm starting it.
Yeah, what time? do you
35
start?
seconds.
35 seconds.
Oh,
So
no.
there's an ad.
We'll get
and
past
then
some
you
of the
gotta scroll to
preamble.
35 seconds.
And this is, I don't know if Rich sent me this. Rich is a regular contributor. He listens in Jacksonville, Florida. And he probably did send me this.
All right, 35 seconds.
And yeah, this was from Rich.
Are you getting through the ad?
He goes, hey, this was on my local news down here in Jacksonville about a guy who I don't even think they gave his name. I think he wanted to remain anonymous for reasons
All right, you got your email up on the screen now.
that will become apparent. Okay. Are we all ready?
35.
Okay.
35.
Tell me when to start it, and I'll start
Okay.
it.
You want to start it?
Yeah.
There you go.
I couldn't even get up to go to the bathroom without my nose starting to bleed.
And that's when he went to HCA Florida Memorial Hospital.
When I went for the examination, doctor goes,
Hold on,
"I
pause
see
it real
movement."
quick.
Yeah,
Dr. Davis.
okay.
Okay, I need you to make that smaller, like take that red thing, so we can see Mary react in real time.
All right. Okay. Well, hold on. Yeah. There's a whole thing here.
Yeah, take those red. There we go. There we go.
Okay. Now we're ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Call that night.
We took a little camera and we looked in the nose, and that's when things dramatically changed.
Dozens of bugs, alive and feeding on the inside of the patient's nose and sinus.
Size-wise, there was variations, but some of the larger ones were probably as big as the end of my pinky. I knew he was in big trouble. There was erosion that was occurring up near what we call the skull base. That was in very close proximity
Up near the
to
skull
his eye
base.
and his brain.
Dr. Carlson immediately
Live
tried to
larva
remove
in
the
his
bug.
nose.
We initially attempted to try to remove these via suction with a little device, but it ended up clogging up the suction. They were large enough I couldn't get them through the suction. So
Oh my God, my nose is
we
running.
ended up having to remove them one by one using different instrumentation.
And it hurt because they weren't coming willingly either.
150 bugs in the larva stage were pulled out of the
God, this
patient's
is so
nose and have been
disgusting.
sent off to an epidemiologist to determine what type of bug they are.
They were
my
upright
God.
against his skull base, right underneath the brain. Had they gone through that, it could have killed him.
This case is extremely rare. There's nothing like it documented in the United States.
How the ever-loving F do you get that many bug larvae in your frigging nose? What kind of life are you living?
God, he's probably doing drugs. Snorting
Really?
coke that if some kind of a bug laid eggs in bad cocaine,
That's
and
a
you
thing?
snort it up your nose, or any kind of a pill.
Wow.
I read
Or
that
powder.
he just moved to New York City and then
No,
that happened.
don't even start. Don't even start. I've already got rashes that I can't handle. I don't need bugs up my
150
nose.
live bugs. That's from Rich, who listens down there in Jacksonville, Florida.
Oh, that makes
What would you rather have? Turkeys running your neighborhood or bugs in your nose?
Turkeys every day.
Oh.
I'll fist fight a turkey before you put a bug in my nose.
Yep. When I went for the examination, the doctor said, "I see movement."
How could you not feel them moving?
Oh, he felt something.
Yeah, he's like, I got a little itch up here. I can't quite get it.
The patient said he doesn't know how they got inside his nose, but he said it's possible he wasn't as diligent as he should have been when it comes to washing his hands after handling dead fish.
Yeah.
Oh, mystery solved.
Surprised our fish detective didn't figure that out.
Oh, God bless.
And why? And you do this right before? I feel like I have chills. And it's so gross, dude.
Well, I have to take a break.
Good. Perfect.
So go wash out your eyes.
Blech.
Go get a snack.
Get a snack. Get a 25-cent pop.
I have a 25-cent pop.
All right, we'll take a break here. I want to send a text, 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. And you can listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
So a coworker of yours was duped during a sexual encounter?
He went to a glory hole and he delivered his package through the hole. He got serviced, and then he said when he was finished, he was pulling his pants up and all, and a dong came through the hole the opposite way.
Oh, Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Bill. Breakfast might be the most important choice you make all day. And with Wendy's breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie bundles, you
Text, call, or chat anytime.
Get ready for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by The Hartford, live at South by Southwest. March 11th, we'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year and celebrate the most innovative talent and creators in the industry. And you'll help decide who wins Podcast of the Year. Nominees include Crime Junkies, The Daily, My Favorite Murder, New Heights, Normal Gossip, On Purpose with Jay Shetty, The Retrievals, Scamanda, Smartless, and Wiser Than Me. Vote now at iHeartPodcastAwards.com.
Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat oat milk. Planet Oat milk is an excellent source of calcium with only 4 grams of sugar or less. Enjoy it in cereal, coffee, smoothies, or by the glass. Pick it up in your local grocery store today.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. You may not like what he has to say,
Let's hear what the idiot has to say.
but you're gonna love what he doesn't have to say.
Love.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. Thanks again to Lindy Sleek Sloop for assisting in the video department. Cavs are off tonight, tail end of the All-Star break, but they return to the Romo Fijo tomorrow night. They'll host the Orlando Magic. That tip-off is at 7 o'clock. So we will roll out of here at 6:30, as history dictates, and then pregame will get going there. Cavs Magic tomorrow night. They'll go to Philly to play the Sixers on Friday. They'll be in D.C. on Sunday, and then back here at home to play Kyrie and the Mavericks. He's still with the Mavericks?
Yeah.
Kyrie Irving and the Dallas Mavericks. How has that, more of a rhetorical question, I'm curious how that transition in the Mark Cuban administration there with the Mavericks. And he sell the team, but he's still kind of running the show.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything really
either
about it. So sure, it's fine.
Well, that could be a good future polar blast punishment for Mary. Larva and pupa snorting.
No. Snort live bugs? No.
Well, that is ridiculous, right? Why would anyone do that? You know, we're back to, we do a metal show here on The Buzzard on Saturday nights. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. And it starts, as the name implies, at 10 o'clock p.m. on Saturdays. It's me, it's Corey Roddick, it's Pat Butler. 2 hours of nothing but metal. Immediately after that, we have gone back to something that I understand was done here at MMS a long, long time ago, which is they would play Maggot Brain by Funkadelic at midnight. So now, immediately after 2 Hours to Midnight, Maggot Brain, which I just, that story made me think of that. Rich, listening in Jacksonville, sent me the a video of the guy that couldn't figure out why his nose was all stuffed up. And he said, well, maybe it's because I didn't wash my hands well enough after handling dead fish. But they also said that situation's exceedingly rare. There have to be all kinds of people handling dead fish, and maybe they're lax in the hygiene department, and they don't end up with 150 live larvae. It was just that guy being so lucky. Somebody else said, well, that's what happens when people don't pick their nose. Of course, Bill and Mary are...
we pick our noses.
Yeah, famously nose pickers. And eaters.
Even if a bug gets in there, it's getting picked and flicked or eaten or gone.
Picked and flicked.
Yeah.
Well, but that is the strangest part of that scenario, is that if it was a booger, you'd eat it. If it was a bug, you wouldn't.
Right. I'm not gross.
To really tell you something about how... So, are you have a thing tonight, Mary?
Yeah, I'm in Brooklyn tonight.
Oh, in a basement of a tuna shop or something?
I have no idea. No, it's a brewery, but I don't know the layout. I don't know if I'm in if they have a side room or if you stand on a table. I have no idea. I've never done it. But it is called Ambush Comedy, so very well just maybe standing in the middle of
so that Mark Norman thing's really taken off.
What do you mean?
Bill, are you out? You got a thing coming up, don't you?
I got a thing. This is going to be really fun, actually. March 3rd at Hilarities, I'm headlining a show, and I'm going to do a reverse crowd work show. So usually when people do crowd work, it's the comedian asking the audience questions. I'm going to set it up and have some questions that people can just ask that I'm not going to write. I'm going to have either friends record questions and ask. I have some famous comedians that are going to record videos and ask them. And then I'm going to have people in the audience ask me questions and then riff off of that. And
will these
a few other surprises and stuff like that. It's gonna be a lot
personal
of fun.
questions?
Whatever. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not going to know any of the questions going into it.
Gotcha.
This is going to be...
But they're not going to give them guidance along, like...
No, people are going to ask questions, and I'm going to have fun with it and give, funny, honest, silly response. I don't know how... I actually, it's kind of comedy without a net.
Oh, all bets are off.
Yeah, who knows what's going to happen.
No holds barred.
So I'm excited to give it a try. I ran it past a few friends, and they like the idea. It's a different concept for doing crowd work, getting a different take on it, because all the crowd work clips, the hack thing of that now is, what do you do for work? How long you been in a relationship? All that stuff. This is gonna kind of switch that around.
They're going to ask you what you do for work and how long you've been in a relationship.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
And boy, people can't wait to hear about that. No, I'm excited.
We talk about so many different things here during the course of the week on the program. Regular listeners to the show might have a more difficult time finding a question that you haven't already addressed.
Or they might have a question and want me to go deeper on something that they've heard about. And so who knows?
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. It's a little bit different than what I'm normally doing, but I wanted to try something different. And I ran it past Sam at Hilarities. He loved it. Ran it past a couple of my comedy friends, and they're like, yeah, that sounds awesome.
So March 3rd.
I'm very excited about that. Yeah, March 3rd, 7 p.m. You can get tickets at hilarities.com or just go to billsquire.com. If you can't make it to that, all my other dates are up there as well.
Are there other people with you, or this is a one-man thing?
Well, there's going to be a regular show to start it off, like a host and an MC, and then me doing about an hour of this.
Gotcha.
And I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be really fun.
All right.
I asked Mary to ask me a question, so she'll probably make an appearance over video.
Yeah, we'll see. I got to come up with a good one.
Oh, you'll do a Zoom question.
Not live. It'll just be recorded.
Oh.
I got a few different comedians doing that. So, like, Mary's going to do it. And then the other ones, I want them to be a surprise. Because they're well-known comedians.
Do you have any idea what kind of question you might ask? See, Mary's going to be in that same situation.
I have no idea. And I want to keep it that way.
Idea?
I want to keep it all so I'm reacting in the moment to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like how Mary reacts to the bugs up the nose, this is how Bill reacts to these questions that friends of mine are asking or audience members are asking.
Mary, is there any potential for you to ask a question along the lines of, how are you so easily able to inspire people to engage in sex toy use?
Okay. No. Because he's never done that.
Oh,
Well, she answered my question.
She's being coy.
That was all I was asking.
I did that for you, Mary. You
She answered
forgot.
my question. She's not into the quid pro quo. It's getting a bad rap over the past decade. Hey, Ed.
Yes.
What's going on,
Hello.
Ed? Hello.
Hey, hi guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, got a quick question for Mary. Didn't know if you guys touched on this. I just tuned into the show. I've been seeing a bunch of posts on TikTok and Facebook about truck drivers refusing to make deliveries into New York City, and that everything's about to basically hit the fan here in the next couple of weeks as far as food goes and supplies. Has she heard anything about that?
I haven't heard anything. I mean, I don't know where I would hear that.
Yeah,
at,
that's
like,
not going to
restaurants and
happen,
stuff,
Ed.
but I have not heard that. No.
That's not going to happen.
Maybe like I don't know if it was on the news or something, but I've been seeing all these videos on, like I said, TikTok and Facebook.
Yeah. It's a lot of Fox News nonsense about there's a handful of MAGA truck drivers who are like, I'm not going to New York City. And then the company goes, yeah, you are, or we'll get somebody else to do it. We're not going to shut down because you're some dope. So, yeah,
Right.
it's not going to get to that point. But you're right. There's a lot of those kinds of videos where people think they're putting their foot down, I guess. And the company goes, no, you'll either go because we've got stuff we got to get to. Checks notes, New York City. So,
Right.
yeah. But I'll tell
That
you
is
what,
funny.
Ed, in your defense, if Mary ends up starving to death, you will hear about it here first.
Yes. They'll know.
Yep.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks,
All right,
guys.
good. Thank you. That's nice of Ed to be concerned about your well-being, though.
I do appreciate it. But
You've
yeah, no.
been there. You haven't been there a month yet, have you?
I got here January 3rd, Alan.
So you've been there a month, haven't
Been
you?
here almost 2 months, yes.
January 3rd.
It'll be 2 months, March 3rd.
Mhm.
And I'll be at Hilarities that day.
Oh,
Tickets
see,
at
that can't
hilarities.com.
possibly be a coincidence.
Yeah.
That can't be a coincidence.
No, it absolutely is, Alan.
So your
Actually, it
recorded
is.
question, Mary, will be partially a little anniversary celebration.
It's actually a bigger anniversary for me. March 3rd is my 5-year sobriety anniversary.
Hey, that's awesome.
Quitter.
I know.
Hey, congratulations.
Amen.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I'm clapping because I assume that's what you're supposed to do when somebody mentions sobriety.
Well, I mean, 5 years is a long time.
It's no small thing.
Yeah.
Yep. Now, how come you didn't go the Poundcake route where you continue to drink, but you just keep praying and saying, I know I'm going to do it again, so I'll just pray and ask for forgiveness? That's what works for him.
Not actually changing.
Right.
Well, in the eyes of God, she would be forgiven, but that doesn't mean her life wouldn't be screwed up.
I see.
Right. I mean, I did that for years. I didn't.
Well,
I
God
didn't-
was the water into wine guy, so I would imagine he'd probably have less than a thin, wet crap to give about the state of anyone's sobriety.
Well, I think it's more the actions you make when you're not sober.
Gotcha.
Right?
All right.
When you're not doing such Christian-like things.
Understood.
You know?
You're engaging, if I'm hearing you correctly, and I think that I am, you'd be engaging in all kinds of
Heathen behavior.
hedonistic behavior.
Yes.
All the fun stuff
Yeah.
no longer available on the menu, but other things take its place. Other more constructive things take its place.
Sure.
Yeah. Are you okay in there?
I am so tired, dude.
Oh, boy.
I'm dying. I got up, like I said, I was up at 7:30 yesterday. I was up all day and night, and then didn't sleep well. And
When did you get up today?
Today I got up at 9. But yeah, I didn't get back from my shows last night until like 12:30, and then I slept like crap. I was up at 9's not crazy early, but it's just a long night.
My daughter comes walking in at 4 this morning.
Gross.
And I already wasn't sleeping that great, but I had gotten to sleep. And my daughter comes in and goes, can I get in bed with you guys? I go, yeah, sure. We have a pretty big bed, but between my wife and my daughter both starfishing in the bed, I have like one ass cheek on the side of the, I finally go downstairs and go to sleep on the couch. That's where I am. Now, 4 o'clock is that weird spot because it's like I only have about 90 minutes. So I'm like, well, do I lie here in bed and just hang on by my fingernails? Or do I get up? Because once I'm up and moving, I'm less likely to go back to sleep. But it's 4 o'clock. So I'm like, well, maybe I'll take the dog for a walk. But I wasn't going to do that. So I'm on the couch for 90 minutes. So, boy, Mary, I feel you. You want to talk about your schedule being all screwed up.
So tired.
Woof.
Just tired and cold since the day I got here. I don't have kids to cause it. It's all my fault, but
Well,
I hear you.
still.
We have similar
Are you
sleep
sure it's not that
habits.
our truckers not bringing cold medicine to New York City? So
That might be it.
They
The
can't make
NyQuil
meth.
shortage.
Oh, God. Everybody's stuffy. You know? And that's one thing I'm kind of trying to get better at. My schedule is so regimented that anything that changes throws off every other component of my schedule into disarray. So I'm trying to get better. I think I'm pretty good at adapting on the fly, but I'm really trying to make a concerted effort to be better at those things rather than get all tense about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, from the minute I wake up to the minute I go to bed, I'm pretty much on a schedule, right? It's what works for me. It's what keeps me focused. It's what keeps me disciplined. But we're all living with each other, and we can all get thrown off, and things can happen. So this morning, for instance, after climbing into bed, my daughter's not feeling well. In and of itself, not a big deal. But as I'm getting ready to head out the door, Gwen goes, "You want to get me a coffee?" So now I'm all thrown off because I hadn't planned for this. I'm happy to do it, but I'm all thrown off. So now I'm go get her coffee. Now I'm in a rush to make up, right? So then I start forgetting stuff. Flustered, and I'm trying to not be that. Our late great friend Frederick Clayton. Remember him, Bill?
Mm-hmm.
He went by Rick here on the show.
Yeah.
Devastation
Mm-hmm.
was his boxing name. He used to use the phrase stick and move. That was his sign-off. I gotta stick and move. That's a powerful mantra because it reminds you to stay flexible. And that's all I'm trying to do. Stay flexible. R.I.P. Rick.
I just called in just running some, just getting in there.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Duke.
Alan, how are you?
What's going on, Duke?
Good to hear your voice.
Good to be heard.
I found something out. In Twinsburg, they have the Twins Days.
Yeah.
But there's a town in Georgia called Cumming, Georgia. Did you ever hear of this contest?
I think that I have. It sounds vaguely familiar, Duke.
They have a team of men, 3 teams of men who try and go the farthest. So the first team walks up 200 yards. They shoulder to shoulder, they get warmed up. The coach slaps them, gets them round up. At the end of the line, he yells, 3, 2, 1, release. They measured. Every one of them made it 200 yards. The town agreed. The second team walks out 500 yards. They also form a line, but this time the coach headbutts them to get them warmed up. Every time, all the way to the end of the line, and he yells, 3, 2, 1, release. And the town agrees. They made it. Everyone made it 500 yards. The third team walks out 5,280 feet, the farthest ever attempted. Instead of the coach, instead of headbutting them or slapping them, he hits them right in the package. Every one of them. He gets to the end of the line, and he yells, 3, 2, 1, release. And the entire town agreed. You should have seen this punchline coming a mile away.
I was having a hard time moving along with the. All right, well, listen. There it is, Duke.
There it is. Another from the Dukester.
Yeah, there you go.
You never know what you're going to get.
You never do.
The good ones are few and far between. And I only lay the good ones on you guys.
Right. All right. Thank you. There's Duke out in Bay Village. I had a hard time following that one. It should have been so obvious and simple. But who's a proud son of Cumming, Georgia? Noted cover artist Zach Brown.
Hey.
You ever heard of the Zach Brown Band?
Yeah,
they're a cover band.
Lead cover band. Yeah.
That does a lot of good work out there. Yeah, there's a handful of people from Cumming, Georgia. And that's where they've cranked out pro football players. There's a guy who plays for no less than the Cleveland Guardians. You ever heard of them?
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard of a kid named Ethan Hankins?
Nope.
He's 23 years old, and he's from Cumming, Georgia. Played ball for Vanderbilt. Or he was going to play with Vanderbilt, but he signed with Cleveland rather than attend college. So he goes, I'm skipping Vandy. I'm going to Cleveland. But I think he might already be out. I don't know. He had surgery or something. I'm just going through notable people from Cumming, Georgia. And that guy with the Guardians is from there. And I don't know if we have a bureau chief from Cumming, Georgia. That's not where Dustin is, right? Carrie is our single bureau chief from Cumming, Georgia. And it is spelled Cumming, by the way.
Nice.
So, lest anyone think that there's any confusion over the name of the town, there's also less confusion over its spelling.
I didn't realize how many people were in the Zac Brown band.
Band.
Yes, but it doesn't mean have to have 8 people. There's a lot of people in there.
Well, they're doing a lot of cover songs. I mean, they need all those people to do all those different things. They need a guy. I mean,
bands.
I'm sorry?
You got to sound like 20 different bands. So
Yeah. And they're like, hey, I need a accordion player. I need a tambourine player. How many people is too many?
I'd say anything more than 5. Why do you need 6, 7, 8 people? That's just.
You're not down with an octet?
No.
Are you sure? Because you don't sound sure.
Someone's playing like a triangle and a xylophone or whatever. No.
Well, it gives you a broader palette musically, right?
I want to play gong in a band and get paid.
Gong.
I want to play the same. I want to get paid the same as everybody else, and every so often, dong.
He just wants to hit it one time.
That's it.
Big old cash my check.
That's my dream. I'm living my dream.
You know, that usually is the domain of the drummer, by the way. Back in the day, very ostentatious rock drummers would have a giant gong behind them because it served a dual purpose. It was a pretty sweet backdrop. You know, Alex Van Halen had one. I think Bonzo had one. Giant peisty gong back there. Although Wikipedia lists the Zac Brown band, you know, it'll give you a little rundown of what genre they are. This says country and reggae. Pardon me?
they have some songs that have like
black guys
saying,
in them?
No,
what are they
I
trying to say?
I would absolutely never ever say reggae, but they have songs that are more like beachy vibes. That
Steel
have,
drum?
Like,
They got a guy
bongos
playing
and
a steel drum?
Sometimes, yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard a Zac Brown band song.
Yes, you have.
Yes, you
Chicken
have.
Fried.
They started with other bands. Okay. You'd recognize all of them because they're...
This popular genre, this six-letter genre, this genre.
You never heard Chicken Fried? Wasn't that one of their big songs?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's Chicken Fried. I think that's how it goes.
That's exactly
Fried like chicken.
Yep.
Genre. This particular genre.
This popular genre, this six-letter genre, this genre.
Yeah, I would constantly be on edge. If I was the 6th, 7th, or 8th member of a band, I'm like, I know, like, I'm extra. Like, I'm just a fill-in.
Well, no, you're playing an instrument. So if you're important enough, every band's going to have singer, guitarist, bass, drum. Maybe a trio, right? But if they go, hey, we need a guy that does this, you know, like the Dave Matthews Band, they had a goddamn fiddle player. You don't need a fiddle player, but the music they were writing, they go, this is going to be great in this band.
I play bitch flute. Can I be in your band?
What is bitch flute?
It's Lizzo's flute.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to take a break. Hey, you want to go see Queensryche? I think that's only 5 guys. They're coming with Armored Saint. So, what?
Hamburgers.
Hamburgers?
Yeah, it's for 5 guys.
Oh, 5 guys, burgers, and fries?
Yeah.
I'll have tickets for you to check out that show when they come through. 35192 to hit me up for anything else, and we'll be back.
Are you ready? Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards are
Brew features newer classic rock like GNR, Nirvana, Foo Fighters, Green Day, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search The Brew, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Giving stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see Queensryche back on the road with special guest Armored Saint, John Bush and Armored Saint. It's going to happen Wednesday night, April the 17th at the House of Blues. LiveNation.com has got all the details on the show, tickets, and everything else. But a couple of tickets here for you. Caller 10, Queensryche and Armored Saint. Party like it's 1989. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Forget the Rock Hall. When does Poundcake go into the Country Hall of Fame?
My truck, my beer, my guns.
Say it again. It's the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
We got the Poundcake Sports Break here in a few minutes. His weekly foray into, whatever he wants. He is Cleveland's best sports talker, according to the readers of Cleveland Scene magazine. And so it makes perfect sense. A lot of people who might be new to the program would think, sure, chicken or egg situation. He gets voted best sports talker and then starts doing this segment. It might surprise you to know this segment predates that title. You might think it was the other way around. You might think that people spontaneously thought, you know what, I'm getting a vibe off that guy. And then, to keep them happy, started doing a sports break. No, it was the sports break that inspired the hundreds of thousands of people around Northeast Ohio to vote him best sports talker in Cleveland. And so that's what we do here on Wednesdays. You see the video of the wing coming apart on the Boeing aircraft?
Yeah.
Somebody was filming it as it happened. The wing started coming apart.
We're just about to land in Denver with the wing coming apart on the plane. It came apart when we took off in San Francisco. And we're just about on the ground.
This was a United flight, Boeing airplane, but a United flight. It was going to be San Francisco to Boston. And they had to land in Denver. You're just sitting there looking around and you're like, hey, I noticed. Here, I'll show you this.
We're just about to land in Denver with the wing coming apart on the plane. It came apart when we took off in San Francisco. And we're just about on the ground.
Like a big tear in the plane, in the wing, rather. Had to be diverted to Denver. So what do? This guy posted this to social media before he told anybody in the cockpit. He's like, hey. So that must be where people's brains go now. We're kind of hardwired to, commit it to video for posterity or whatever. Hey, honey, if I die, I don't know if anybody thought they were going to die, but that would be pretty wild. Things are not going well for Boeing, by the way. That's the company that's having all of these.
Boeing, gone.
That's the noise their parts make when they hit the ground. Boeing. I mean, I don't get what the big deal is. My dad was an engineer. He was a mechanical engineer, but he had all kinds of engineer friends. And any aerospace engineer will tell you, the good things about planes is they have like a built-in redundancy, Bill. If one wing falls off, there's a second one still on the plane.
Yeah, but you're flying circles.
Oh, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. You never get where you're going.
Oh, I
You're
thought
stuck in there forever.
I thought there
It's
was
like
nothing to worry about.
You ever been in a canoe with just paddling on one side? You just go in
Nope.
circles. Same
Can
thing.
they-
Nope.
Same thing.
I've never been in a canoe with one oar.
Could they make like a spiral like airstrip? So like when the plane has one wing, it could still land and it just goes around like a Hot Wheel?
You know it's not made of balsa wood, right? It's made of metal and steel.
Let's
and once the hydraulics go out.
Figure this out.
Yeah.
So that you don't let if you lose a wing
And
you're going in
and you need to
circles.
land.
Now, but you have to be right by there. Because how else are you going to get to it?
I didn't think that far. I'm just saying that we can't have these discussions. We can't have
No,
a conversation needs to be had. If
We
a plane is
absolutely
losing a
can.
wing.
I'm talking out with you. But if they just go in big enough circles, eventually they'll be able to get there maybe.
Those jets don't have like a huge parachute attached to them.
Listen, I love that. Big parachute.
I don't think it, because everyone says, oh, well, it's easy for you to like release. It's good for your anxiety on a plane because there's nothing you can do about it. You're at the mercy of the pilot.
Yeah.
I don't think that should be true. There should be, like, just because you're in a plane crash doesn't mean you should automatically die. Like, there should be a stop, clause.
Plenty of people survive plane crashes.
And I don't know if that's going to work though. They might
From a Boeing plane?
What? No, the parachute idea. They might need 3 because they're so big.
Yeah, one with the tail, one on one wing and one on the other.
I don't think a pair would get it done.
I was going to say, I imagine they've probably thought about every possible contingency. But again, if you've ever made
I know. Thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers. No, that's for guns, Bill, not for planes.
Think about if you're just like at your house and then you just see a parachute open for a plane and you're like, where's it gonna land? It's just gonna land.
It just like floats down into your
That's what I'm saying.
yard.
It's got to land in your on your house, in your backyard.
Who's gonna pay for these divots? Boeing.
My roof insurance covers plane crashes, right? Why would you need money for a plane crash?
I like that you just have roof insurance.
Roof insurance.
Not home insurance, just roofs.
You don't have.
Well, he doesn't make a lot of money.
I was gonna say I've never.
That's why
had to
he
deal
doesn't
with that.
own a house. He rents because he's only got enough for the roof insurance.
I have enough for a shingle. I don't even have enough for a roof.
He's got shingle insurance.
One shingle. Here's your.
Well, it's not good for one specific shingle. It's good for any shingle on the roof.
Any one shingle.
Any one shingle.
You're covered.
How much does one? Do they
Now,
sell them in
ironically, you don't have medical insurance, so if you got shingles, you'd be screwed.
Oh yeah.
You want to do the sports break, Poundcake?
Yeah.
Play ball!
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, I can totally relate to this. I'm so tired of you obsessed fans harassing us celebrities in the airport. We just want to get in and out as quickly as possible and get on with our lives just like you do. Well, some people can't take a hint. An autograph seeker stepped to the wrong dude at Newark Airport Sunday. Breece Hall, who I hear is one of the best running backs in the league, denied the fan, and it could have gotten ugly. Breece could have done some damage to the guy, calling him all types of names in baggage claim. It was captured on video, but the language was too hot for terrestrial radio. Trust and believe, if you look it up, you will give Breece all the credit in the world for keeping his composure. It would have been lights out for old boy, and his spirit would sit in Newark forever. I can't think of a worse punishment than that, so good for you, Mr. Hall. Also, speaking of knocking people's lights out, who doesn't love a good brawl? The boys at Texas A&M and UIW just can't seem to get along. During the post-game handshake, one of the players squared up, and then the whole squad got the bussin'. We have the clip here.
To 3-10, and with this is not good. This is really not good. We've got punches being thrown. This is really bad. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, full team fight. Coaches in the middle of it. Wouldn't be surprised. Someone got a nick on the face there.
This is not what you want to see after
That close of
it
a
has
game.
been a great.
Whoops, go ahead, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, side note, I did not write this, but the commentary, these guys are not enthused enough to be commentating on a fight. Like, if I was, put me there. I'm like, ooh, like, I'm going to be like Snoop Dogg, commentating on, like, a fight. But at any rate, an investigation is underway to determine the cause of the fight. In the meantime, the two universities put out a joint statement saying there is no place in college sports for such actions. And, again, this is me. I think this is a missed opportunity. Think about if this melee was available on the next NCAA video game. Are you kidding me? They would make a fortune. At any rate, lastly, tennis player Jeannie Bouchard says her tennis skills don't exactly translate over to pickleball. Jeannie was caught outside a restaurant and was questioned about her newfound hobby. And here's what she had to say.
This pickleball craze that's happening. Are you really good at it?
So I'm not good yet. I need to practice more. People think there's an automatic transition from tennis to pickleball, and there's not. It's a completely different sport. It requires different skills. So I'm practicing, and I'm going to get better. But everyone I know plays pickleball. Everyone I know is obsessed. And so I'm just very happy to be a part of something that's just like taking over the country.
Jeannie, I'm sure no one will have a problem with you practicing with their pickle or their balls. Stay with it, and soon you will be a pro in no time. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
You see what he did?
Oh, yeah.
He took pickleball, turned to pickle and balls. Yeah. I love that Texas A&M, and Poundcake mentioned against UIW. That's the University of the Incarnate Word.
Yeah.
It sounds like
want to try
Hogwarts.
to pronounce that during the sports break. I was like, yep, UIW.
Oh, you didn't know how to say that?
I did, but it just sounds silly.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of, I mean, clearly it's a parochial school or something, but I wonder what kind of school.
It's a Catholic university.
Oh, it is Catholic.
It's a Catholic private university, yeah.
God, it sounds like because I went to Catholic school, through high school, but the University of the Incarnate Word. Where is that? Oh, San Antonio, Texas.
Yeah, it's both Texas.
Yeah, okay, well, there you go. Good job. Jeannie Bouchard. She's kind of cute. I didn't know who she was. I heard the name, but I didn't know who she was or what she did.
Very pretty.
Exactly.
Yeah. Alan, I like how the band continued playing during that
the band
brawl.
played on. I loved it. And Poundcake's right. Those announcers are like, oh, boy, this isn't good.
I need more.
Yeah.
I need more. Like, ooh, you see that? Oh, boy. Like, you got to zhuzh it up.
That's what you get, though, with a couple of guys doing college ball like that. Young dudes, they don't want to make a viral moment.
Right.
Oh, my
for
goodness.
themselves.
There's a fight. Oh, man. Wow. Look at that. Oh, the whole team is
thrown.
The whole team is getting involved. There's some.
Oh.
This is just your regular everyday in Compton. This is insane.
You don't want to see that at a game. Oh, my goodness. After a close game like this, you definitely don't want to see that.
Oh,
3-10. And with, oh, no, this is not good. This is really not good. We've got punches being thrown. This is really bad. Oh, my goodness.
Poundcake, take over and narrate it.
Ooh, full team fight. Coaches in the middle of it. Wouldn't be
Everyone
surprised.
just tuned in, and then
Someone got
here's
a
the
nick
show.
on the face there.
He getting his
This
dreads
is
pulled.
not what you want to
It's
see
on.
after.
It is on.
That close of
It
a
has
game.
been a great
Put your little
game.
stinky pit in
We've
my
got
face. I'll smack you too.
everything going on right now.
I'ma have your bitch tonight.
They're pulling his dreads. And he's, oh, my God, they're pulling his dreads. That looks like he's going to have his bitch tonight.
Marked up my sneakers, ho. Oh, hell no.
Oh, he pulled out his tracks. Oh, my God. The humanity.
These my yays. You scuffed up my yays? Oh, nah, bruh. I'm going to have to see you later.
Right. Yeah. And commentate is a word for the people who are texting me. Loath as I am to say it, commentate is a word. I don't know when it became a word, but you can't give Poundcake a hard time for commentate, because as I understand it, that is a word.
Yay.
Yeah.
Not today. Not today, guys.
Joe in Akron says that in the 80s, the Goodyear blimp crashed in his friend's parents' backyard. Imagine
That's
that.
wild.
Yeah, right?
And Poundcake, you mentioned a video game with fighting. There was a basketball game in the 80s on NES, the original like Nintendo Entertainment System, called Arch Rivals, where you'd play basketball and then you'd get into fights and like throw punches and stuff like that. Yeah.
What was it was like celebrities. It was a Def Jam, something Celebrity
Death Match?
No, it was a video game.
Oh, that was like claymation like skit they did with Celebrity Deathmatch.
They had like rappers, and I feel like
what was that game
because
called?
I loved that game growing up. Me and my cousins used to play that all the time.
What was it called?
Not the Capcom.
I forget the name of it.
Celebrity Deathmatch was a video game.
It was celebrities, and you could pick them.
No, there's like rappers like fighting. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, it was rappers, and I feel like there was athletes in there too. Like you could fight with them. They had, and
Def
it was like
Jam Fight for New York.
That's what it was. That's what I told you. It was
Def Jam Fight for New York.
Def Jam Icon, Def Jam Vendetta, Def Jam Fight for New York, The Takeover.
Oh, I used to pick Shawana. That was like foreshadowing me being gay. Like I used to always pick a girl in the fight, and I used to have like the long nails and like the weave, and her name was Shawana.
Those were all built-in weapons. You were just arming yourself.
Yeah, Shawana in Def Jam.
Def Jam Icon.
I don't even know who Shawana was.
What
was the name?
Just how white folks will do you.
Def Jam New York?
Fight for New York.
Okay. Because I want to know
Vendetta seems to be the first one from what I'm seeing online.
Her name is Shawana. She is a featured fighter and a playable character in Def Jam Fight for New York. Meet Shawana. She's been rhyming for more than 10 years. She's a hip-hop vixen that takes control of the mic with aggressive rhymes laced with themes and range from life's highs and lows and everything in between. Like, that is her character. She's just a bad bitch that raps.
Shauna, not Shawana. Shauna.
Oh, Shauna. Okay.
Lil Kim versus Shauna is what I'm looking at.
A-Rod.
Yeah.
Shawana.
D Nice, Shaniqua, Shauna, and Lauren.
Because I remember you used to say Shawana na, and I would smack him, and my nails would come off.
Shawana na.
I was like Shawana na.
He's flexing. He's got his leather jacket on. Shauna, yeah. Hip hop vixen who takes control of the mic and the streets.
They used her likeness because I've never heard any of her music, but she's a real person.
All right. Are you sure that she's somebody that they created for this game?
No.
Just had a person be a character for the game.
Unless they created her with AI. There's real pictures of her.
No, I know, but they could hire an actress to be like, here's a photo of who you're going to be playing.
I don't know.
The 26-year-old Southside Chicago native is about to take our world by storm as the first solo artist from Ludacris's Disturbing the Peace crew. So she was a real person.
Yeah. So I figured they put like...
I wonder if that was good exposure to be on Def Jam video games.
All my cousins would play that. Like we had a house and people were in and out of that house. The adults would play the games with us. Everybody our age would play the game. So it was good exposure for sure because I didn't know who any of the people were. I mean,
wow.
The big name rappers
Never
were
heard
on
of her. Rashana Guy, better known by Shauna, is an American rapper from Chicago. Oh, she was the girl on What's Your Fan? I Wanna Lick You from Your Head to Your Toes. What a great song.
Harder
You make it so good, I don't want to leave.
Than you would think.
What's that?
I said harder to karaoke than you would think.
That sounds pretty hard.
It sounds really hard to do.
I thought I knew every word to that song, and I'm like, damn, this is fast when Ludacris is
right.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of his calling card, is it's all really fast. Yeah. In the garden, down in the dirt, whips and chains make it hurt. Digging in the dirt.
Good job. There she is.
There's Shauna.
Shawana.
Shawana. When she's not fighting in Def Jam Icon. This is the State Farm guy, right? The Fast and the Furious guy?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God, you know who her dad is? Buddy Guy.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Blues guitar legend.
And Canadian.
Still alive. I'm sorry? Canadian?
It's a South Park reference.
I'd love to hear Mary doing this at karaoke.
I did it one time.
Want to go dot to go dot?
I did it one time and died. I was like, this is too much.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
sure.
I might have even quit halfway through, to be honest with you.
It's a lot.
So nobody ever got to find out what your fantasy was.
This is when I lived in Lakewood, across the street from a bar that did karaoke on Sundays. So I would literally go there, just get hammered. I was there every night of the week, but they did karaoke Sundays. And then I would come back to my apartment right across the street. But I was a regular at that karaoke.
Yeah, that was some dark days for Mare at that apartment.
Dark days. That
That was your divorce apartment.
That was
and
my divorce apartment,
it
yeah.
Yeah, buddy guy's still alive. All right, I got to take a break here. Want to send a text? 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeart.
WMMS.
Cleveland. Authors say to write what you know, which is why he remains unpublished.
How can you know nothing about anything?
Alan Cox.
That hack knows absolutely nothing.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Want to text me 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch iHeartRadio app if you listen for free from out of state. Tell me where you do that to know where people are. Cavs are back at home tomorrow night. 7 o'clock is the tip-off against the Orlando Magic at the Romo Fijo after the All-Star break. They will be back tomorrow night. So 7 o'clock is the tip-off there.
All-Star break.
You have 8 days since it's a leap year, 29th next week. Through the end of the month, you can use the promo code Pierogi. I had a handful of people hit me up. It's either feast or famine with people apparently not hearing the promo code, but I'm only too happy to remind you. Pierogi is what you want to use at CLE Clothing Company, and that will get you 20% off whatever you get, however often you shop there. Just use Pierogi throughout the month of February, and then we'll have a new one for you for March. I have no idea what that will be. I was watching one of our bureau chiefs in D.C. sent me this because a guy took to the local news to plead his case. A D.C. guy who said that he wants the Powerball ticket paid out to him because the Powerball put the wrong numbers on the website. That's not his fault. He thought he had won $340 million. And the lottery said, you didn't. We made a mistake. And now he's suing to get the money. He says, hey, I should have this. You guys made me. It feels like a thin case. Yeah. You know, when they come back to you and go, well, you didn't win. But he wants satisfaction from the people in charge.
I'm not a regular, except for when the jackpot goes up.
On January 6th of last year, D.C. resident Joseph Cheeks bought a Powerball ticket using a personal combination of family birth dates and other numbers. Mr. Cheeks did not see the drawing, but on January 8th, he pulled up the D.C. Lottery website on his laptop. He saw his numbers. He took this screenshot. But the numbers posted on the D.C. Lottery website
This is Powerball. Good evening, America.
Were not the same as those pulled in that Powerball drawing January 7th. His lawsuit claims his numbers remained on the lottery's website for 3 days, and the size of the Powerball prize at that time was $340 million.
And I got a little excited, but I didn't shout, I didn't scream. I just politely called a friend. I took a picture as he recommended. And that was it. Yeah, I went to sleep.
Mr. Cheeks attributes his somewhat low-key response to being deeply immersed in his work at the time. He's trying to create a home trust bank that would make loans to people who don't qualify for traditional mortgages.
The crisis of the home.
So this guy needs some startup cash. He wants to get into the banking business and needs $340 million. That would be nice.
That would be nice. I agree. That'd be nice. I would like $340 million.
But also think, I mean, because at first blush you go, well, they did post the wrong numbers, but they were the wrong. I mean, think of the people who thought they lost because the wrong numbers got posted, and then threw their, because they told this guy, throw your ticket away, it's no good. He held on to it. Now he's suing Powerball. But if they put up the wrong numbers, imagine you had a winning ticket but didn't know it.
And threw it away.
Threw away a winning ticket. Yeah.
Right. I'd be pissed, yeah.
He's hanging on to a losing ticket. I'm also fascinated by the surname Cheeks. Where do you think that came from? You know, you can trace every surname back to, you know, if Johnson, right? Son of John or some Swedish thing, or Blackman. Don't know where that came from. Nevertheless, where do you think Cheeks came from?
It's a long family tradition. It used to be Clapper of Cheeks, and they just shortened it to Cheeks.
Does that also explain Clapper as the surname? You know, I knew a Todd Clapper in college.
Yeah.
Wow. So he's potentially related to the Cheeks families.
If you go way back, yeah.
Right,
Some
to the
level.
clapping of cheeks.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I'm glad I asked.
Mm-hmm.
A little history lesson there. I never like to leave here not having learned something new.
It's always good to learn things.
Clapper of cheeks.
Clapper of cheeks.
Yeah. It sounds like a highfalutin title that would have been given to somebody at some
for
point
sure
in history,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. If you had watched Downton Abbey or what's the one that Grandma liked?
Did not. The Gilded Age. Does she watch The Gilded Age with
She
Carrie Coon
probably
from
does.
Copley, Ohio?
Probably does.
Yummy.
She likes those old shows like that
where they're wearing bodices and yum.
Well, no, I don't know if she watched Downton Abbey as much, but what was the one talked about a few years ago?
Oh,
Poldark.
Oh, Poldark. I thought you meant the one with
Poldark.
Where
that
they
was
were,
a little later in history.
I thought you were talking about Bridgerton, the one where everybody was getting moister than an oyster. All the ladies were loving Bridgerton.
Yeah.
Poldark.
Poldark is the one she really dug. She was
Right.
really into Poldark. Not to be confused with Dark Pole.
Which that one she didn't like as much.
That's a different BBC.
Not as much. You thought the other subscriptions were expensive. Holy cow. Much more compelling than Acorn, if you catch my drift.
Right.
Okay, so Clapper of Cheeks was a thing for a while, but not anymore. Anyway, I just love the name Cheeks. You think of Mo Cheeks from the NBA, this guy, Cheeks. I don't know. Hey, by the way, I heard from Waffles, who is a regular listener. I wanted to offer our condolences at his mom's sudden passing. But his mom had the presence of mind. He sent it to me. His mom had the presence of mind to write her own obituary. She had all of the costs covered. You know, we've talked about how expensive it is for someone to die and be buried. It was very expensive for my family to bury my dad because he had been sick for a long time, had let his life insurance lapse, and he and my mom just hadn't planned in the way that, you know, I think they were kind of living in some denial. But Waffle's mom passed away last week, and he said that they found out the next day that she had prepaid for everything. So obviously she knew more than maybe she was letting on. And she had written her own obituary that basically said, I loved my horses and my cats and my dogs and my friends, but there will be no services or flowers at her request. But she wanted a big BYOB party.
Love that. I love it so much.
And that at that time, my ashes will be scattered where my horse is buried. Imagine that. She didn't want anybody to dress up. They were going to be blasting country music, and she wanted everybody sharing stories of all the stupid stuff she had done in her life. And so Waffles and his family, condolences to them. But she really laid it out. Yeah. That's the way to do it, man. That. But imagine you get buried like with your first of all, your horse buried on the property. Mm-hmm. That's not just a small hole you dig. You know the kind of hole you dig, Bill, when you're going to bury a body? You know, after you've murdered someone in cold blood and you have to dig that hole?
You're about to hear from...
Are we on?
You're about to hear from Agent Jeepers
I'm just talking about some tomfoolery that maybe I...
Sounds like Agent Jeepers was onto something.
Jeepers could smell something was afoot. So, you know, when you're digging that hole, it's always bigger than you think it's gonna be.
That's why people always end up going with the shallow grave. Because it's a lot of work.
Gotta go with the deep grave. The shallow grave is always discovered.
A regular grave will probably get it done, but shallow grave ain't doing it.
It's not the way to do it.
I mean, regular depth graves are not hand dug.
Listen, if you get a 4-foot grave, you're probably going to be in better shape than a shallow grave.
A 6-inch grave.
Yeah, 6 inch, 1 foot. Like, yeah, it's not. Nah. You got to go multiple feet.
You at least have to, you can't have their toes sticking out.
Right. There can't be a mound.
I think that's why people moved away, and you might have noticed this, you know, we're awash in true crime content. And I think that's why people got away from the shallow grave and got more into dismembering the bodies. Because they go, well, then you can just put all the pieces in a bag. And, you know, Mary's case, a little closer to home, just throw it in the East River.
Yeah.
Throw some weights in there.
Like Dexter, the Bay Harbor butcher.
What? Yeah, sure. You got to puncture the lungs so they don't float. And then, you know, I think people were like, the shallow grave, they always get caught. But imagine if they were to drag either the Hudson or East Rivers. What would be on the bottom of those things?
Nah.
Oh, come on.
Nobody's ever died here.
When we have gotten to the extreme point of climate change, who knows how long that'll be, but it is coming, obviously. We get to that point where those rivers begin to dry up. Just imagine what'll be left at the bottom. You know, they were finding bodies in Lake Mead. That was no shock to anybody. They're like, oh, we're finding all kinds of long missing mobsters in oil drums at the bottom of Lake Mead. Imagine what they're going to find when the levels of the Hudson and East Rivers get down to nothing. There'd be bags full of people.
How many
pieces?
How many bodies do you think are in the bay?
88.
Okay.
What bay?
What about you?
Like San Francisco Bay.
How many do you think?
I would say probably a few hundred. People that then jumped off the bridge over the years.
Oh,
people
yeah.
that have been dumped in the bay.
Yeah, but they drag for the suicides, don't they?
What do you mean they drag for the suicides?
They find they go looking
They go
for
get
the
the body.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because usually the bodies will.
I mean, if you know that it's down there, though.
Yeah, but usually they will float too.
Or somebody will see it happen, so they'll call the cops.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there are all kinds of people who jumped and died and no one saw them, and they probably are down there.
I was going to say, Lake Mead, not only is it depressing to look at, it's kind of like depressing to get to. Like, I understand why if that's where you were going to get whacked, I understand why that's where they would put you, because getting to it, like, it's so, like, remote. You got to go around a hill and around another mountain and around another mountain. And there's, like, so many, like, depths where, like, you don't see headlights, you don't see anything. You could be so discreet and like, I'm just going to dump a body in a barrel here and no one's going to, see me.
But you know what's wild, too? And this is more fodder for people who deny climate change, is the way these things start to come back. Like last year, right? All the pictures and stories of Lake Mead about how it was down to nothing. Well, it's gone back up by like 10 feet in the last 2 months because they get that water from the, all of the melting ice from when it gets really cold in the mountains, Colorado River. That's what supplies Lake Mead. And so people go, oh my God, it's the end of the world. We're inching ever closer to that. But it is pretty wild. People go, see, we'll be fine. Lake Mead's back. So I don't know. It's wild to see those things happen. But it also gives hope, I would imagine, to people who think they might have missed out on dumping a body in Lake Mead. They're like, well, I missed my window because it's, huh?
Wait a minute. Are water levels rising again?
Yeah.
Now's my chance.
Yeah. Yeah. Because climate change globally is just going to make people hotter and angrier. And that's a bad combination when resources are in increasingly short supply. There's going to be places around the world that will be uninhabitable in a relatively short period of time. And so you look at a thing like Lake Mead, it got to give hope to the budding murderer that they might, at least in that part of the country. We got it made here because we're on a great lake. And so, when they'll run the numbers on where are people going to be in the best shape for the extreme effects of climate change, it's always along the Great Lakes. It's Cleveland, Buffalo, Erie, PA, that kind of stuff. It's going to be heaven out here in about 50 years. Everybody's going to want to come to Cleveland. Do you know how many downtown condos they're going to have to build to accommodate all of the climate refugees?
Do you understand how ass backwards that is? The world has to end in order for everyone to want to move to Cleveland.
Hey, whatever it takes, you know? Whatever it takes.
Everything else is burning up. People can't find food. There's famine, whatever. And, Cleveland seems very wonderful now. Sorry, we made fun of you all these years. You're not the mistake on the lake. You're the Messiah.
Whatever it takes.
Land.
Whatever it takes. Cavs are gonna do. I said Cleveland's gonna do. I said we all got to do. I said whatever it takes.
Mm-hmm. That will be the Extreme Climate Change theme song. So, anywho, that's something to look forward to. You can leave us messages a variety of ways. Of course, people text me. You can leave voicemails on the After Hours line. You can drop quick messages on the talkback button there, a little red thing, on the iHeartRadio app.
Alan, you guys were talking about dark coffee. Dark roast has the least amount of caffeine out of all coffees. That's why a breakfast blend is usually a light or a medium roast. Used to be a barista, don't want to brag or nothing, but I know my coffee. So yeah, if you want something that's going to get you jacked up, get a light roast.
How about that? Yeah. Because Bill's getting into grinding his own beans.
I thought I said that yesterday.
You probably did.
Because Poundcake said, I get that dark roast and it really gets me going. I said, yeah, but a light roast is where there's more coffee. There's more caffeine, I mean.
I was a barista many, many years ago, too, but I didn't know coffee. And that's what got me hired. There were a couple of lawyers with more money than they know what to do with. They were probably laundering it, and they were opening a couple of local coffee houses. And when I needed a gig, and I walked right in, and the manager was interviewing people, he goes, "I'm only hiring 4 or 5 people." I said, "Oh, well, I don't know anything about coffee, but this place was also going to be selling a lot of tea." And I said, "Tea is my jam." And he hired me because of my candor. So anything about coffee I need to learn, I'll learn. With the tea, I know what I'm talking about. So I was a barista, didn't know a goddamn thing about coffee. Because most people come in, it's like being a bartender. Most people are ordering a beer or a shot. It's pretty rare you got to make somebody a Harvey Wallbanger. Same thing with coffee. Most of the time, you're just like, give me a black coffee. Give me an espresso. Give me a whatever they do.
I can't mess with espresso.
Give me a latte.
With what?
Espresso? Espresso?
I mean, you know what the word is.
Espresso, my bad, but
it is your bad.
I can't mess with that. It's
Why?
Too much. Because it's I don't need to be that damn energized. There's nothing I'm doing. There's nothing in my world that says you need an espresso. Like,
see, I'm not a coffee drinker, but I do like an espresso after dinner. If it's on the menu and they go, "Can I get you anything else?" and somebody else is like, "Oh, I'm going to get, I don't know, mousse or creme brulee or something," I'll go, "You know what? Let me have an espresso. That sounds good. I like that." But I'm not a coffee drinker.
That's such a.
It doesn't get me all like riled up either.
Espresso after dinner if I have a whole night ahead of me, that's one thing. Mm-hmm. But if I'm trying to go to sleep,
it will make.
Yeah.
It doesn't get me going.
What gets you going?
Yeah.
Mountain Dew.
Shut up, Mary.
Do you have any dew on the menu?
Yeah. People keep sending me the video of that Mountain Dew wine. Have you seen the?
Oh, the mead guy. Yeah.
Is that what it is? Yeah. He made like Mountain Dew. Was it mead? Is that what it was?
It's just like he's like a mead maker, but I think he's making Mountain Dew wine or whatever it is. It's getting close to being ready.
He's like, "Here's my 1 month update on my Mountain Dew wine."
Let's see where we're at. Today's a special day because we are not only going to taste it, but also do something to speed this process up so that hopefully we can get this completely finished very soon. But first, let's quickly see where we're at in terms of alcohol. So based on the current gravity value, we are already at 12.
Well, anyway, I don't know all that crap, but it is pretty wild, so everybody's sending me that. I'm going to break here. You want to get the last word in before we split? Shoot me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.